call that radio. You call that radio TV. No. You call that radio TV.
We are here to tell people that we hear you. One God will not allow us as people of conscience to lose our morale.
You call that radio.
Jacking on my heels, out of sight. Bust off a bar garage. I kept learning time. 5, 4, 3, 2.
It's You Call That Radio. It's Monday night. I think it's Monday night. And it's an absolute pleasure to introduce That's What She Said. The first of maybe many. Definitely the first of two this week, where Becci Wallace is going to take over this show and speak to females involved in the Scottish music industry, from events organisations to singers, performers, musicians, producers, promoters, the whole shebang. So I think it's going to be a really interesting panel discussion lined up, and there's going to be lots of performances. The sound checks are sounding amazing. And also shout-outs to Sara, who was on earlier on. If you're not aware of Sara, she's an amazing MC, probably one of the best MCs on the planet right now. And her debut album, The Sharecropper's Daughter, is out on October the 2nd. I was lucky enough to hear a wee advance copy over the weekend. It's amazing. And we had a wee half an hour interview with her earlier on that you can see on our YouTube channel. After this show, go and please check it out. And if you are watching this on Facebook, you should probably go to our YouTube channel. It's just better. It looks better and it sounds better. It's youtube.com/you call that radio. We're also like shouts to everyone who was at the show on Saturday that watched it. We went up from about, 460 subscribers to about 530 or something like that. So that was amazing. Hit the red button if you're on YouTube and the notification bell. That's amazing. We're also on Twitch. It's just twitch.tv/you call that radio. And if you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can hit the subscribe button. And that means that Jeff Bezos has got to write me a check for £2.50 every month, and it costs you nothing. So let's get that empty that trillionaire's pockets. We're also on Facebook, of course, and we're on Twitter and stuff if you want to join the conversation tonight. Thanks to everyone as well. Just one final thank you. Thank you to Capture Works for doing such an amazing job on the live stream that we did on Saturday night. It was just as good as I could have hoped. Everyone worked really hard to make that happen. So thanks to everyone who tuned in. Thanks to everyone who gave us some nice feedback or who became a Patreon. And that's the best way to support the show, is by becoming a Patreon at patreon.com/you call that radio. It does make all the difference. We're building this thing and we can't do it without you. So thank you very much. Right. Okay, you're not going to hear much chat from me tonight. I'll just be in the background trying to make sure everything's going okay. I'm going to introduce our first guest. Is going to be the host for this evening. It's Becci Wallace. So I think we should just give Becci Wallace a round of applause if we can. Yeah, we can.
You call that radio.
Here to tell people that we hear you. One God will not allow.
You call that radio.
However you want to say it.
You call that radio.
You call that radio.
However you want to say it, that's kind of part of the fun.
Powered by our patrons.
Brothers and sisters.
your host for this evening, Becci Wallace. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Hello.
Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. So, first of all, thanks for agreeing to do a takeover. I could probably be doing me a bit of a rest. I've already did a show today, and the show on Saturday took it out of me. So I'm just going to sort of sit back and avoid mansplaining, if that's okay with you.
You could never mansplain, Mark. If you can't explain, how can you mansplain? No, I'm only kidding.
Yeah, I struggle with explanations at the best of times. We've got an incredible lineup here. I mean, what can you say about the people that are on tonight's show?
I've managed to collate for this first show and for our second show just an array of talented women from across the industry in Scotland. So these shows are really focused on the Scottish music industry, and we've got everything from managers to events management to producers to artists, obviously, just right across the board. Lots of different women here just say their piece.
So what's the point of it all? What is not life in general? What's the point in the show? What is it you were trying to do by curating this show?
Well, I don't know if you know this about me, but I tend to kind of actually not publicly involve myself in a lot of chats that surround the gender inequality and also issues of such. I've always had a bit of a just keep your head down and get on with it attitude, which is actually quite indicative of a lot of women's attitudes in the industry, which is why a lot of women I have noticed over the years work alone a lot of the time. And actually it's kind of serendipitous because over the last few years I've developed an amazing network of musical friends who are women, which is something I never had before and something that's really helped me to just be more confident, reach more people, have a more supportive network behind me, and also a network with empathy and understanding as well. And then I was basically putting on a podcast for a community group of young people that I work with, which was a private podcast. I got some women. I thought, we'll try this chat. And I was really I'm really about, positivity and moving forward together and, equality and stuff like that. So I thought we'll have this chat and we'll see how it goes. Because obviously the statistics for women in the music industry are quite bleak. But actually what happened was we had a really interesting and funny and very positive and kind of progressive minded chat about who we are, our experiences in the music industry, and also how we can move forward together. So I just thought, you know what, this is actually gold, and it's really helpful for our kind of male and other allies to hear, and also for each other just to network and kind of understand that support system's there, so it just was so much fun to do. I thought, why not do it publicly and see what all these birds have to say.
And what can people expect with regards to, we're going to have performances and a panel? There's going to be a bit of everything.
Yeah, well, we're going to start with our panels. So we've got some industry ladies here from across the board to have a chat, and it's going to be a bit question timey. I'll pose a point and we'll have a chat about it. And then from 9 o'clock, we're going to have some live music. So we've got Yvonne Lyon and Lorna Reid. We've got Jigsaw Tiger. We've got Erin Friel. We've got Shelto Mel. We've got Amelia Bayler as well. So we've got some great music coming up after the performances too, and that'll be the same on Wednesday. All women, just doing their thing, man.
Well, just we'll keep it quite brief because we've got lots of guests on the show today. We've got Petra's giving us a whoop. Hi Becky, says Colin Sam. How you doing, Colin? Bra Babe says Colette. How you doing, Sugar Cube? So with them, could we just get a little bit of background for you, Becky, for maybe some of the viewers who aren't aware of what it is you do? How would you describe yourself and your background, just briefly?
My background, man. I mean, I've been gigging in Glasgow for bloody a long time, 15, 16 years more probably, closer to 20 now actually, shit. And I used to just, do my thing, man, just turn up open mics and sing. But I kind of made the leap from just being a kind of hobby musician to a kind of full-time kind of professional songwriter after I did a wee bit of studying and a wee bit of kind of songwriting, and I started to advance my network, started to do retreats and stuff like that. And it's weird because I used to say so now I'm a lecturer in songwriting, and also I run a series of retreats with Rosie Bands called Song Seeds, which are all about songwriting. and that I'm also a community artist, so I do songwriting in the community, and I'm also going to do a PhD in hip hop and how that can be a transformative force for young people in education as well. So like I'm just all about the songwriting. It's just who I am. But it's just like making the leap into like seeing yourself as a writer and an artist rather, because I was a waitress, you know, so like making that jump and just envisioning that. Once I did that, like I found that I've started to really connect and kind of build my network. So I'm always like looking out, and just these days, like I feel like there's power in numbers, man. So I'm like quite into the idea of us all peer sharing. And actually, I mean, you do that too, Mark. That's your thing, eh? It's just like get as many artists into a room as you can and make things happen. You know, so that's really, I want to give that back to the community because it's been so good for me to have that, you know, and especially to the women in the community.
Well, we've got Paul's looking forward to tonight. John says brilliant lineup. It is indeed. It's an incredible lineup. Sounded amazing in the sound checks. And I just thought I'd play one of your tunes, Becci. I know you've got a new single out, so just sort of to let people hear what it is you do. Just tell us a wee bit about this new song and this new video. We did actually premiere this exclusively a couple of weeks ago on You Call That Radio. But I would imagine that it's a lot of people tuned in that probably didn't see that episode. So we just want to give us a wee intro, and we'll listen to the song, and then we'll get our first guest on.
Yeah, man. So this song's called The Things They Say About Love, and it's from my new album, Present Tense, and it's essentially a person who's having all the fears about getting married. So that's the standpoint that it comes from, and that's it.
It's a brilliant tune, amazing video too. Let's check it out.
And when we go sailing, we won't come back again. When we go sailing, we won't come back again. Tell me it's true, the things they say about love. He takes her to dancing. Tell me it's true, the things they say about love. She patches up his bruises, kisses, listens, pushes. It's an inspired old game, making like the pictures in the window display. Dusty cabinets, Saturdays at home. Tell me we can, the things they say about love. He sharpens my edges. Tell me we can, the things they say about love. We used to be so reckless, racking up regrets. Now we're the talk of town, making like the pictures in the windows we hate. Love forever into the unknown. And when we go sailing, tell me you're not bored. The things they say about love, she takes him for granted. Tell me you're not bored. The things they say about love, he always makes excuses, and she says that he's useless. We're the talk of town, making like the pictures in the window display. Love forever, Saturdays at home, alone again. And when we go sailing, we won't come back again. Well, when we go sailing, we won't come back again. Well, 'cause diamond circles break under heavy wind, forever essence of
Brothers and sisters, may the peace that can only come from the one God be upon you. We are here to tell people that we hear you. One God will not allow us as people of conscience to lose our morale.
Powered by our patrons. Becky Wallace, would you like to introduce the guest and then I'll just go away?
Yeah, I would love to introduce the guest. So tonight we have for our panel Amelia Bayler, which I now know how to pronounce properly. Hello, Amelia. I did that first so that I definitely did it right there because my memory's terrible. So, Amelia, do you want to say anything about yourself?
Yes.
What do you do?
So I kind of do, like, right now I'm kind of like in this sort of space, occupying this space between like comedy and music. And I used to sort of be in a punk band, so I think that's a big part of what I do as well. But for a while I was just sort of doing musical comedy, and recently I've been going more into sort of proper songwriting again, which has been really, really nice. So I was kind of doing lots of like almost spoken word over a beat as comedy, and then just this past few months in lockdown, like joined your songwriting group, and that from there just started songwriting like proper, choruses.
Yeah, for sure. And you're actually a very, very seasoned performer because you've done a lot of work at the Fringe, which is one of the harshest environments for any performer. So I think you'll have some great insight into the goings on in the live comedy music circuit, which I'm not sure there are many women involved with.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think there's loads of people that have like these sort of, I'm going to sound a bit wanky, portfolio careers, like these days it's like we've got to change up quite a lot, go with the flow, and a lot of people have got their fingers in a lot of pies, fingering a lot of pies. I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people that kind of do bits of comedy, bits of music. I think they go quite well together, and like there's always this like slight, almost like nuance, that's a wanky word, between like a comedy song and like a song that's a bit of a laugh. So it's nice to just try all that stuff. And yeah, the audiences are like super different, in terms of each type of gig. But yeah.
Cool, man. Cool. So we'll deep dive into that a wee bit more. We'll just bring on each of our guests and do a quick intro for everyone, and then we'll get started. So we've also got Sara Thomas. Hello, Sara.
Hello. How you doing?
Hi.
Hey. This is the bit where I say a bit about myself. Is that right?
If you would like to, Sara, I would, preempt it by saying that I've known you for a very long time, and you're one of the hardest working women that I've met, constantly at the helm of some of the biggest events in the country and also venues. So your input is much appreciated, and now you may speak for yourself.
Yeah, I'm one of them. There are people with a portfolio career who does lots of different stuff. So at the moment, in terms of the music industry, I work in coordination and volunteer coordination at a couple of Scottish music festivals, at one particular Scottish music festival at the moment. But before that, I was, what was I doing? I was working on event coordination for a big fire festival over in Edinburgh. Before that, I still do a little bit of events with working with charities. I've been a fundraiser. Before that, I worked in music venues. I did music venues for about 10 years. So that was venue management, a little bit of operations management. I did some ticketing for a little while. I started working in music venues when I was 17. And I'm now 39, so that's been a lot of years of different bits and pieces of stuff. But yeah, that's me. I did a PhD in popular music while I was working.
Remember that?
Yeah, remember that. Remember the masses of notes all over my flat. So I'm really chuffed that you're going to do your PhD, mate. That's really cool. I'm delighted to hear that. My one recommendation is don't work in a job that's more than full time and then also do a part-time PhD. It's madness is, yeah.
How dare you question my methods?
Having done it, it was, oh God, yeah, it was hard sums, but yeah.
Yeah, but worth it, man. There's
worth
only
it,
one
man.
Dr. Rock in the house.
I get to be Dr. Thomas, man.
Yeah, it's cool. That's cool. Thank you so much for joining us, Sarah.
Thanks for having me.
So we've also got Yvonne Lyon, who's coming to your screens.
Hello, I'm awful dark. Sorry, I'm sitting in the dark.
Ooh, you've got a cool mystical vibe. Yeah,
Excellent.
so it's lovely to have you.
You can't see the huge spots on my face that have just appeared today. So
It's the humidity, Yvonne.
it is. And yeah, it's all about methodology, isn't it, Becky?
Sure is, man. Contextualise that shit.
And how you're going to do a PhD as a working musician and as a mum, total respect.
Well, I'm gonna do it by studying a thing that I already do.
Hey.
So that seems like the most logical way to do it. So it's really lovely to have you, Yvonne, who Yvonne was one of the premier MA songwriting students and graduates at UWS, and is also a fantastic musician. So it's great to have you. Is there anything you would like to tell us about yourself, Yvonne?
Well, thanks for having me. I really am in the dark. I'm going to put some lights on for later. Do you know, I was thinking, I'm amazed that we didn't meet each other busking on the streets of Glasgow because I was about the same time. About 17 or 18 years I've been doing this, and that's how I started out. And I just started making music for my friends who were looking for it. I became a music teacher, taught secondary music for 3 years. I teach piano to bring in some regular income now, and I've done a lot of community projects, community music projects and arts-based projects. I love collaboration. I'm a writer first and foremost, and a creative. The performance side of things I have to really work at, but I've been doing it for a long time. So thanks so much for having me tonight.
It's great to have you, man, and definitely something that kind of comes across in a lot of the women that I meet in music is that we do have these portfolio careers and a long line of things that we have done. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, it's an ongoing kind of an ongoing noticing that I have. Okay, we get Yvonne. I'm getting a message from the ether, which is actually Mark, saying that you should turn your mic up a wee bit. So there you go.
I shall
Cool.
come a wee bit closer. How's that? Is that better, Mark?
That's great. Okay, have we got Farzan in the house? We got Farzan? Okay, way, hello.
Hi. Do you hear
Hello.
me?
We can hear you, Farzan. Thank you so much for joining
Okay,
us.
I'm happy for that. Thanks for inviting me to the panel. It's so amazing to join you, and I'm happy to be here. I'm not in Glasgow at the moment, so I will have internet problems. So I hope that I can just keep joining you as much as I can.
That's brilliant. Farzan, just keep us posted on your internet issues, and we'll make sure that we don't dwell on it too much. I'm really happy to have you, and it's nice to meet you. And I know that you are living in Glasgow now, and you're from Iran, so you've got a really interesting story and a really good different insight that you can give us on what it's like to be a woman in the music industry. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, thanks. Of course, yeah. I have totally different story about women in the industry. Yeah, totally different. You will be surprised how different it is.
Well, we'll be happy for the insight for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay, and we also have the amazing Clare Duffin.
Hello. How are we? Happy to be here.
Nice.
Thank you for hosting, Becky. What a great idea.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, Claire. It's great to have you, man. And also, I would just like to point out that Claire and I actually very happily for me work together, and Claire is actually studying a PhD at the moment where she's looking at women in the music industry in Scotland, so this is double fold for you.
It's very helpful for me, actually. So yeah, I very much appreciate that. In general, really looking forward to hearing everyone's insights and what their experience has been. I think the topics you've selected, Becci, offer a good jumping off point. And just with Farzan saying that just a moment ago about her experience perhaps being a bit different, very, very interested to hear her story as well. But yeah, great to have everyone together from such different backgrounds in general.
It's brilliant to have you, mate. Thank you so much. Okay, we continue this introduction, and we've got the beautiful Lorna Reid next, who will hopefully grace us with her presence. Here she is.
Hello. Oh. Hiya.
Hello, Lorna. Nice to see you.
Hi, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you. So, would you like to tell us a little bit about you and your music and your vibe?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think Amelia's opened up with the portfolio thing, and I think that's yeah. I mean, I've been doing the portfolio thing, I guess, for years. I mean, I think I'm probably a good bit older than everybody else here. It doesn't make me any wiser, of course. It means just my mistakes are more embedded. Maybe is one way of looking at it. But I brought up my kids and operated as a musician and so on, but also have done other things to keep afloat. So I'm a great believer. You do what you need to do to kind of get not just survive but thrive. And I guess it's also perhaps maybe not about getting too hung up on labels. I'm a professional musician, I'm an amateur, I'm a what, forget the labels. It's like follow your passion, follow what you want to do. And if you need to do a bit of this and a bit of that to get by, that's the way it goes. And then as a writer, it's all stuff for learning, and it's all stuff to get into your songs. So thank you. I'm glad to be here. I just hope I've got something to say.
I'm pretty sure you do. Thank you, Lorna. It's great to have you here, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. You've always been a very positive influence on me whenever we've been in a room together, so you can shine that light across the world, man. And lastly, we have Lauren Gilmour.
Hello.
Here she is.
Hey, how's it going?
Cool. Great, nice to see you.
Oh, good. Yeah, nice to see you all. It's lovely to see you all. I guess for anyone that doesn't know who I am, I think that's pretty much everyone on the squares, right? Yeah, like everyone, have a bit of a patchwork quilt of stuff, but I actually think that's a good thing because I'd get too bored doing one. So I'm a songwriter and performer, and I run Nova Sound Studio. I work there as a producer, and I run it with Audrey Tate, and I think we've yet to be challenged on our claim to be the only female-run studio in Scotland. Certainly one of the few, if not the only one. So yeah, it's been a real learning curve running a business as a female producer. But yeah, it's exciting. I'm so glad to share this sort of virtual room with you all and hear and learn from you all. I'm looking forward to it.
Amazing, Lauren. And actually, not just the only female-run production company, but also one of the best producers that I've heard, some of the work that you guys do. And I'm very lucky that you are producing my album, which is helpful for me because I'm not a producer myself, so it's brilliant to have such talent so near. Okay, cool. We're going to get started. So this is going to be a bit of a question time format. I'm just going to pose a talking point, and then we're just going to go round the room, essentially in the order that I just introduced you, which is just the order that you guys came up on the screen. So it'll just go that way, and there'll be a chance for everyone to kind of pipe in as well and add anything that they want to add. And we'll just go for it and see how it goes. So the first talking point is basically just to kind of think about the fact that across the combined music industry, so across the workforce in general, there's only 30% of the workforce are actually women, and that is an improvement on earlier years, but I still think that it would be good to reflect on how, as one of that 30%, that's affected your practice or the work that you do, and also how it affects the overall landscape of the music industry. So if you want to get started with that, we'll start with Amelia, if that's okay.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So I was thinking about this when you sent over the points before this, and in terms of like how that would affect my practice, I think because I started as like a punk band front woman, I think that kind of added fuel to the fire in terms of like gigs and stuff. I would always be like shouting and like giving like a kind of like assertive energy. I absolutely loved it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think part of that was because I would drink like Buckfast. Maybe it's because I had a drinking problem, but like I think like I definitely had like a super angsty energy, and like the lyrics that I would write in my band was like, our first single was called Come, and it was like, don't ever try and say that I can't make myself come, and it was all about like female like masturbation, and like I loved that energy. And I think part of that was like maybe because it is like a male dominated industry. It seems to me they're like sometimes guys can be uncomfortable with that confidence, and I found this review. I'm gonna read it. So this is a review that I got just from having like a punk persona at like doing the rabbit hole. So this guy was like, I demur and instead head down the hill to catch the tail end of miscellaneous meat. That was the name of the band. Possibly the best named combo of the weekend. Good part of the review. Maybe my tardiness upsets the band. There's clearly something lurking, singer Amelia. I don't know. I think he's supposed to say irking, but lurking, creepy. Okay, it's fine. Maybe I looked creepy that day. Though it's face care regimen and creepy dudes that are the main target of their ire. Because I have a song called Fuck You, Creepy Dudes, right? Delivered with maximum energy, volume, and swears. Though, given the threat of piss off and I'll write a song about you, we make our excuses and leave. So, I pissed off a guy, but I used to love doing that. You know, I used to love having the energy, but I have toned it down recently and have maybe more of a subtle, assertive vibe. But it was nice to start off with that, you know. So I think, yeah, that maybe was something like the product of like Buckfast and trying to like, I don't know,
yourself essentially. Like it's certainly a way to kind of bulldoze in a way, like just like push your agenda forward. And actually there's so much confidence and also risk in a good way, and just like presenting yourself as an artist in that way. What I kind of like about a lot of the music you do, Amelia, is like you do say a lot of things that people would like to say, or like kind of cut through a lot of the you know, like the walls or kind of allures that we put up, instead of just going, you know, I want to look amazing, but I want to take 5 minutes to get dressed. It's one of my favourite of your lines, but it cuts through a lot of that stuff. So cool. That's a good jump off point. And how did you feel like the audience reaction to that kind of ire was for you?
Sometimes if it was like we were in 13th note and there weren't so many people there, it could feel a bit awkward. Like I'm just like giving like so much, and sometimes people would be, sometimes it would be awkward, but sometimes it would be like fucking amazing, you know. And I was just thinking like there's something about having like a guitar and an amp that really helped to like give that confidence. Like nowadays I don't have a guitar, but like I think having the guitar at first was a really nice kind of way to feel protected, you know. I was just thinking that. But like after having that for a while, you can kind of, it's like the stabilizers, you know, like now I don't have a guitar, but I can still have that confidence. But yeah, I think sometimes people are like really into it, and other times I think I think this happens in comedy as well, is that sometimes men can be intimidated by a woman when they're not like fitting into like this sort of categories, you know, like old school, like girlfriend, wife, you know, like these categories are changing, like things are moving forward, but occasionally I will think, I think this person maybe doesn't want women to have a voice, doesn't think a woman can be sexy, funny, smart, you know, like it's just, sometimes I think people think you can only be like one thing. But yeah, so I'm gonna say I want to be a hot bitch, I want to be funny, I want to be aggro, I want to do all these things. I don't want to be like put into a box. But sometimes I think maybe older generations of men, sometimes they want to do that. They want to keep you small.
Well, I think there is like, or has been, and I've witnessed it myself, coming up, playing guitar on the street, for instance, and also like playing in pubs and clubs and stuff. There is this kind of assumed personality for a girl that plays guitar and sings. Like there's a kind of assumption of who you are and what you're going to sing about. And like certainly when I was coming up, I found myself singing about love a lot and writing songs that I knew would show a kind of like would showcase my skill as a singer, because like for a girl being a singer was the thing, you know. And I've certainly kind of outgrown that need to do that kind of thing, but certainly as a younger female, especially in such, I mean, pubs 20 years ago were just full of guys, obviously, and so were most music venues, and you're kind of competing on a stage, and so in a weird way, especially on open mics and stuff like that, you would naturally come across as the love-lorn woman. Do you know what I mean? Like it was just like an image. So it's really interesting to me that you smashed that straight away. And actually a woman who's not with us today, only because she's not in Scotland, Micah, she had a very similar experience as a writer, because she came up in a punk band, and it was really just a total subversion, much like the punk genre, of that kind of attitude. So it's really cool, that insight, man. I'm going to pass the mic over to Sara Thomas now, if that's cool. But thank you, Amelia. Oh, you need to, there you go.
Unmuted, yeah, cool. Yeah, the categories thing is really interesting, Amelia, that you said that, because that was on my little sheet of notes that I've written down. Was I reflected a lot about subject positions and the subject position that you end up in, and the subject positions that were available. So I said I started working in venues when I was 17, and I did that for about 10 years. So I had this kind of double whammy of being really young, and being a woman, and being in a position when you're doing venue management, you say you're duty manager for the night, and you've got, you know, a group of 35 stewards, and there can be positions like that, or with other stuff where you just get this thing of just like, why the hell would I listen to you? So you end up being, and I found myself getting more and more like, okay, so I can be a bitch, or I can be little submissive glittery person. And I was just feeling myself, I was like, this set of other people's expectations, and the way that people would react to you, and the way that you could get things done within that particular environment. I just found more and more that I was just getting into this, like, okay, so I'm feeling less assertive and more aggressive, or somewhere in between that. And it wasn't comfortable, and I didn't like it, and I didn't like how I would feel at the end of the day. What's really interesting to me now is that, having been away from, so I left venues, went to work for charities, and then started working again in festivals, and just like how different it feels now. I don't get that same sense of like, oof, hang on, you know, or I'm gonna have to kind of like push through that. And you do sometimes, but I think it's different. I have no idea what it's like in venues now. I have kind of reflected that I'm seeing things like attitudes towards mental health for touring crews change and be much better and much more open. And I think that's a positive sign. I think that's a really positive sign. But yeah, I remember being when I came at the second venue job I had, I walked on site and I was the only woman in the entire building, because the building was getting worked on. It was like this, so there's workies in, and I was the only woman on site. And one of the guys turned around to me, he's like the head of director of projects, and kind of looked at me and went, hang on, I'm going to go turn some toilets on, and kind of ran away. And I was like, oh, hi, how you doing? Right, okay, that's That's a thing. I'm literally the only woman here. And it was interesting. I think you got very, very used to walking into rooms, walking into buildings, walking into work and being like, yep, I'm the only girl here. I'm completely the only girl here. And when there was touring crews came in, I remember the first time, it was an American band. I can't remember who it was now, but their LD was female. And I was like, ooh, you do exist. You do exist. There's some of them here. Wow, how the hell has that happened? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's changed. I know a few female TMs and one fantastic female TM who obviously gestures at everything out in the world. Isn't touring at the moment, but she's great. So yeah, I think it is changing. I think there's a few, but yeah, I think my practice then it just felt like lots of things were an uphill struggle, and lots of things are just like, I just want this to happen. Can you please just do this thing? And with some people, totally fine, and with others, not necessarily so. I remember having one guy would just if he didn't like what we're saying, would just turn around and walk away in the middle of the conversation, and I'm kind of sat going, how do you get things done? I was really lucky. I had an excellent manager, still a friend of mine, I've worked for on and off for a long time, who always had my back. I was really, really lucky to have that. I don't think everybody in that position does or would do, which is a shame. But yeah, what was the second part of the overall landscape of the industry? Yeah, so I think that what you tend to find then is people get women in particular, or anyone who's not a guy in particular, gets kind of subsectioned over into certain industries. So you see a lot of women in ticketing, for example. When I first started out, you see a lot of women in ticketing and not as many guys in ticketing, not as many people of other genders in ticketing. And that was one thing I really, really, really would notice, that you're like, oh, the doors are open and the gender balance has suddenly changed because there's ticketing people here, or there's AL. Sometimes you'll find there'll be slightly more women in AL. So that is interesting, but I think it is, you're the general landscape of the industry. When you've got this massive imbalance in terms of gender, you end up with these structural biases. Then kind of work their way in, and then you've got issues about then how the whole industry can move forward. Where's your 30% stat from? I meant to ask.
Berkeley. I've been looking at like Berkeley women in music, so they have like quite an in-depth kind of statistical analysis of women in music, broken down obviously across ethnicity as well. Because again, 70% of women in music are white women, which is clearly shown in this panel here today, and that's another issue, of course, that I'm hoping these podcasts will be able to take like a deep dive into as well in the future, because obviously within what we do, we have to look at how we can be more inclusive as well, and how we can do that, because obviously in a country like Scotland, how many women are in the industry, and then splitting it up into, variables again can prove difficult. However, you have made some really great points there, Sara, that I reflected on. I wouldn't say who I worked for, but as you know, I worked for a very large music company for a long time on the ground as events management, and I got myself into quite a good job there. And I definitely did have a personality for that job, and I kind of had curated the personality over years and years, because I was interfacing directly with G4S, as they were known then, plus police and stuff like that, and my own counterparts who were mostly male. And it was almost always box office and artist liaison, female, and then everything else, around me. So in order to maintain the kind of dominance that my role required, I had to be a very certain way, which, if you were going to categorize it, would be scary bitch, right? And and that's obviously not who I am, but within specific roles, that's who we become. And actually, one of the women that I looked up to, who was, don't want to give the place away, but one of the women who had been working there for a very long time and was like assistant events manager, and for me, she was just like an archetype. She was amazing, and yet she had this really a reputation of being a scary person, but she wasn't. She was just someone that knew what she wanted, and she knew how to get it. And in order to promote that side of her personality and be the person she had to be for her job. She had this mad rep, you know, which wasn't her at all. It's really interesting how we kind of develop those personalities, and that's to fit into the male-dominated areas of the industry, especially on the ground when you're doing like the heavy lifting and the legwork, you know, like. So that's some really interesting points there, Sarah. Thank you. I'm going to pass it round to our friend Clare Duffin here.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting hearing the experiences of Sarah and Amelia. From my point of view, I mean, I, for many years, have been a drummer in a male-dominated band before. I mean, as we've discussed, portfolio career, it's going to come up again and again, probably throughout this discussion. But that wasn't and still isn't the thing that pays the bills. I'm a lecturer at UWS. But in terms of the environment, I think when it is, and it still is, so male dominated, you start to become, I certainly did become quite accepting of the environment. And it was probably not until I properly started the PhD and started to focus on women in music in Scotland that I started to get a bit more annoyed about it. And, you know, it's really silly things if you think about it in a respect where, like, from dressing rooms that are not set up for women backstage. I mean, let's just think about Nice and Sleazy's, for example, if anyone's ever played there, or lack of dressing room. And I think for me personally, over a number of years, 7 to 10 years in the live sector as a performer, thinking about that's just the way it is. And, you know, it's because obviously it has been constructed and decisions have been made by males. And so, you know, increasingly in the last few years, partly because of the PhD, partly just becoming more aware. And I think a big turning point was actually the Me Too movement, to start to get more people talking about these issues. It's had a bit of a kind of, at least at the start, a kind of a snowball effect. It's slowed down a little bit. It sort of gains momentum every so often. COVID slowed it down a little bit, I think, as well. But generally, I think embracing your femininity is something that I think everyone would benefit, every female would benefit from. I mean, Sarah, you talked a bit about, you know, just sort of almost internally screaming at what I assume is guys to just get something done. I mean, that sort of makes me think of a conversation I had with my husband earlier. Just like a lack of awareness of things. And, you know, it strikes me, and I'm not a psychologist at all, so I'm not an expert in the psychological aspects of things, but the difference in the male versus the female brain and the impact that has on how the environment takes shape is something that you can see must be having an impact and is having an impact. As far as my own experience goes and how I think that's shaping things, role models are just so key. And I think that's, you know, I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I imagine what, like, not just for the music industry, but any industry is going to be like for her, and what I would like that to look like for her as she starts to work in it. And, you know, role models have been very, very important to me. And I say that in terms of males and females, but to have the visibility of more females in, for example, producer roles like Lauren, there's still an extreme minority there. As a report that just came out, just came out in 2019, that highlighted, I think there was only something like 2.1% of producers. It was focused in America, but it does underline how certain roles are still so low. The 30% statistic is, I think, being quite generous. I mean, we look at the UK in particular. Just last year, about a year and a half ago was the latest statistic. It's interestingly disappeared from PRS for Music website. Only 18% of songwriters and composers make up that membership. But there's complications with these statistics as well, as I've found. But generally having more visibility of females in a range of different roles, I think, is going to be beneficial to any woman working in music.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Claire. And I think that's incumbent on females, but also on male allies as well. And I think we've gotten to a point where in the industry. You know, we're starting to perhaps mobilise ourselves slightly, perhaps bouncing off the Me Too movement, and also just a wider scope of women around us. Maybe that's social media or whatever lets us see that. Like, hopefully in the coming years, like, this is something that we can kind of work together to counteract, because the more women there are clearly sharing their experiences and actively participating, the more young women won't feel like they can. And I think I read it was like for every 47 producers, there's one woman. Like,
that sounds right, yeah. And I think it differs from territory to territory, but production is one thing. I think also, the organisation PIPA, which is for parents and carers in the performing arts, have come up with some really interesting reports that make interesting reading as far as the added issue, if you like, of parenting in the mix, and, you know, the practicalities that don't really exist, and I'm talking pre-COVID here, in the so-called nighttime industry, where it's unsociable hours. If you work in that particular environment or have done in the past, then, you know, doing a kid's bedtime is going to become much, much less. I think you can obviously say the same for, you know, a given NHS worker that does 12-hour long shifts through the night and so forth. So it doesn't just exist for music, certainly. But the unsociable aspect that comes as part of certainly the live sector, I think there's some more flexibility, and probably why you see more women in admin roles, for example, to offer that flexibility. But it does beg the question as to why, you know, that still exists when, if you take a given, you know, family where there's male and female parents, there's still an imbalance there, generally speaking, where, you know, for example, the female could be the performer and the male could be the person that works in admin, to just take a broad brushstroke approach to it. But yeah, it's the unsociable aspect of it when parenting is in the equation is actually how my study is now beginning to take focus. And, you know, we talked about methodology earlier. It's because I'm using grounded theory and I'm just being led by the data, and the participants that I'm speaking to in Scotland, who are now 100% women, are raising these particular issues. So there's no immediate fix for it. But, you know, the more we talk about it, the more we have, you know, things like this going on, Becci, I think it helps us in the right direction.
Totally, man. And again, it's about normalising it as well. You know, like, those roles, those categories have changed. So, you know, there used to be a role for a mother, right? Like, there was a clear role, what a mother did. But in this day and age, both parents have to work to keep the world afloat. If you're both artists, that, you know, poses even more issues. And then also, like, reimagining what a female in music looks like is really important, because it shouldn't be, well, you've got kids now, so you don't fit in to this particular category, therefore you're shut off from participation. It should be like, this is reality, you know, women and men and other all work. We all have to participate, and if we happen to be artists, then it needs to be easier for us to participate in order to give something to society, you know. I'm just going to read this wee comment from Suze. I realise people are making comments and I haven't read them yet, so I'm a wee bit ignorant, that's all, but I'll try and, like, fix it now. So here's Suze saying she used to get told, "Aye, but you're different, you're not a real girl." That is by male guitarists. Yes, I've heard
I can relate to that comment as well. I mean, you kind of, my immediate reaction is to kind of laugh at that, but the harsh reality is that that's problematic for women, generally speaking. It's when females, my interpretation of that is that females, when they fit into the kind of male way of working, and therefore, like, oh, you're cool, that's fine, you know, that's you're not like other females. But I mean, I don't. It's
what does that even mean?
That exactly. I mean, it can mean different things in different contexts, certainly. But I just think that, I mean, it immediately makes me think again of the live sector. But it's, you know, and I'm just thinking about that because I'm relating to particular anecdotes that I have in my head that relate to that comment as well. But yeah, I mean, for example, I mean, taking like a completely different example, where like, I mean, I quite like playing Pro Ev of a given evening, and so like there's just there's like certain actions that become attached to females. You mentioned this, like females are the singer often earlier, Becci. That again is another one where like I would walk up to sound check and then they'd be like, "Oh, you the singer?" And I'm like, because it was like 3 guys and a female, and I'm like, "No, I'm the drummer." And they're like, "Oh, right, okay." And I'm sure Audrey got this as well and has done in the past, Lauren. But you know, and again, it becomes more of a kind of chin stroke. Oh, that's interesting, because you don't see it very often. And then
what a cute little novelty you are. Yeah, no, thank you, Claire. That we'll get back round to more points very similar to that, and it is just constantly like other people kind of defining your role for you is a problem a lot of us have anyway, as women. So in the music industry, it's really interesting how streamlined that problem is. Truth Seeker Sound says, "Great points, can relate to what you're saying, Sarah." So there you go. And Sorka says, "What a fab bunch." Well, you're pretty fab too, Sorka. And here's Petra, said a thing, but it's gone, so it doesn't matter. Here it is. The Velvet Lounge in Perth is run by 2 girls, but I don't think they produce. Not sure. Half a story. But still good to know. Shout outs to the 2 girls at the Velvet Lounge in Perth doing their thing. Exactly, Claire. They dismiss your femininity to cope if you're doing something they think is a guy's thing. Right, okay. That's true. But I think that the they issue is more about like what has become normal in society in general. I feel like it's important not to. Well, I'm one for forgiveness, so I'm okay with like understanding that they have made a little mistake and helping to correct that, you know, and hoping that that's something that we can do as we move forward. But yeah, it can get infuriating at times. Farzan, I'm going to pass the mic over to you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Mark, can you unmute Farzan, please?
Hello, do you hear me now?
Yes, hello. Lovely to have you.
Great. I really enjoyed the chat. It was really nice. And I'm really happy to be just here tonight with this powerful women in the music industry. And honestly, I'm really surprised that I'm hearing same kind of stories that I thought that maybe in Western countries would be, you know, the situation would be better. But I feel it's kind of same as my experience. You know, I'm from Iran, and you know, you talk about 30% of women's part in music industry. In my country, after the revolution, like female solo voice was totally banned. So it's like very tiny percentage. So let's talk about maybe if you're a solo singer, it's 0. So I just didn't care about the band. I followed my passion, and I started writing my own songs, doing everything on my own, producing, singing, doing PR things, publishing my music online because I couldn't publish it officially in mainstream music in this industry. Is only for male. I mean, just if you're a solo singer, you can't do anything in Iran. And if you're an instrumentalist, it's okay, but just, it's not as simple. It's very complicated. So I'm coming from very complicated situation, and it's 3 years I'm in Scotland. So I kind of experienced that 30% that you talk about is a lot of percentage for me, because I'm coming from a country that I had zero percentage. My part was 0 in taking part in that industry that actually doesn't exist for female. I could be a producer, but it's just difficult to just go. Can you imagine how tough it would be for a woman who's a producer, not a singer, just enter into a totally male-dominated industry. I mean, first time that I went to a studio recording my own song, there was like guys and like looking at me as a superhuman, like, wow, you can produce. Is it your song? It's amazing. Like, I said, yes. I mean, just, I always think that just why some guys think that some, like, some things are like just about gender, you know, just we don't make music with our genitals. We have brain, we have feelings. So it's kind of, you know, it's weird that they just think about it this way. So I was one of the, you know, these rare female producers that did everything herself and published my music, which is, you know, I'm happy that I ended up to be in Glasgow, because I literally started gigging and performing from 3 years ago. That I had my residency with the Glad Cafe at CCA. So for me, it was like a huge change in my music. It was totally huge, because before I was in Iran, and the only platform that I had was internet and online websites, and I had to negotiate with them. You know, I did everything, like, but I'm telling you, it was really frustrating. So I'm trying to keep going, but you know, when you do everything yourself, sometimes you get tired. You know, you need help. That's why I think just women especially should support each other, and just if someone is PR, doing PR things, if just help women a little more than men. You know what I mean?
Absolutely know what you mean. There's Celtic there saying most guys are idiots. Okay, thank you for that, Celtic. Absolutely know what you mean, Farzan, and it's so interesting to hear that story, and it upsets me on two levels. It upsets me as a woman, right? But it upsets me as an artist, because like I didn't come to be a musician to be a female musician. Like, I became a musician because I had a natural compulsion to make music. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple as that. So the idea that you would have to suffer a natural compulsion being kind of pushed back and kind of not being allowed to just express yourself and share what you have to share as an artist, it's heartbreaking to hear, man. But it makes me really glad that you're here. And also, I would love to know a little bit more about how you actually navigated that when you couldn't perform live and you were just releasing on the internet. Did you have to do that? Was it almost like secretly, or did you have like a channel that you were able to platform yourself on at all?
In Iran, actually, when I was in Iran, I didn't perform at all. It was only recording in my home studio and in other studios, having instrumentalists, producing and publishing online. Actually, I started performing like from 2015, when I had a residency in Norway. So my first gig was in Bergen, a city in Norway, with a choir and a Norwegian musician, Marta Valle. And then I was muted, like you mute my microphone sometimes. I was muted when I was back to Iran. And then I had this residency, and I literally moved to Glasgow, and I started performing there. So inside Iran, it's like you can do some underground gigs, but it's risky. I didn't take the risk. I preferred to just produce my songs and just express myself through internet. You know, I was lucky, at least I had this technology to just be in touch with my fans. But when I just living in Glasgow just changed the whole setting in my mind about music, because when I performed, just how small gigs have big fans in Glasgow. People just support gigs. I'm talking about pre-pandemic times, you know, and the feeling of the performance for people, just let's say 50 people, 20 people, open mics, it's totally different. And it's like, it's different than producing, writing a song and publishing it on internet. It's like, it's a mutual kind of connection with audience. It's
yeah, it's really
different.
quite intimate, especially at the smaller gigs, which is something that performing can give you a real kind of connective line to what you're saying. I don't know of if you're in a performance and you've got that kind of audience where they're actually listening and you've got that kind of pin drop feel, you know, like there's something quite startling about being the person at the other end of that exchange, you know, which you can't replicate, and you know, it's just, you have to experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm really glad you're getting to experience that now.
And it's really inspiring. It's really inspiring because through internet you don't see people who listen to your music, but when you're performing, it's just they're just connecting with you. And for me, it was like I wasn't like gigging all the time, but definitely was much better than the situation that I had back home. But just starting it in that situation, I think I did a great thing, and I'm quite pleased that I had courage to just not to care about the ban or anything, and not to care about judgments coming from guys thinking that, oh, you can produce music, oh, how come, oh, interesting, you know. But I did it, and I think just we can do it better than guys if you want.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would be good if it was a gender-less industry and we were able to just be people who make music.
Definitely,
yeah, it's
definitely.
interesting because you
Yeah.
have to kind of balance the act, and you make it much clearer to me that there is a need for us to talk about this stuff, you know, because it's like balancing between essentially acting as a woman in the industry and just wanting to equally participate in it, and that's no more clear than it is when you hear a story like yours. Truth Seeker has a comment. Truth Seeker says they would love to learn more about the history of female Iranian singers. Some of my favourite songs are by Iranian singers, but I think we're talking in the 70s. So there you go.
Yeah, before the revolution. Yeah. And really, it's really sad that there are many talented female musicians, but they can't, you know, grow as much as they can. You know, sometimes they just give up. They don't want to do it. But there are some badass people like me doing it anyway. You know, just not to care about the ban and taking the risks and doing what they love to do. After the revolution, I'm talking about the recent singers that they say, we love singing, we love music, we're gonna do it anyway. If we don't have the platform to perform for public, we will do it online, like we do this talking online.
Thank you so much, Farzan, for your input. We will get back to you for some more comments as well. I'm going to pass this over to Yvonne Lyon. 1 second, Yvonne, so you're unmuted. Sorry, Mark, I know you're having a job behind the scenes, but we're grateful for your behind the scenes work. There you go, Yvonne.
Hello.
Ooh, hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I sound like I'm in a big cave. This has been absolutely fascinating and so just makes you realise how much you've been carrying yourself, just listening to other people's stories. I so wish that there was a genderless framework for the arts, you know, because I think I have struggled with it all my life. I don't feel I've ever fitted in. But I think ultimately it comes down to finding your own voice and your own authentic voice. So gender's obviously part of that. But the gender issues we're talking about are those limitations and those, the particular ways that we look at life and the limitations that we put on ourselves and on each other. And, when I think back to even, being 16, 17 and having to go into sound control on Jamaica Street and ask for a G-string for my electric guitar, moments like that where it's guys in the shop, that was probably my first experience of going into a music shop even. I was in a band when I was younger, and it was an all-girl band. And it's interesting because I think there's something about the performance aspect of the creative industry that puts a lot of pressure on how we look. If you've not got the right body shape, if you've not got the right look, or if you've not got the right voice even at times, and I really struggled with that, particularly in that band, because it was all about, a lot of it was to do with these three girls up front. I remember as well when I created my own music, when I got some interest from a label, and I had already created my own artwork. I had my own ideas of how I wanted this album to look and everything. And one of the first things they said was like, oh, well, clearly we're going to have to put a picture of you on the front. And I was like, well, no. Why? What is it about, it's not just because you want a picture of me, it's because you want a picture of a young woman, or, it was feeding into a desire and a gaze, if you want to talk about the male gaze. So from very early on, I felt a lot of that and felt desperately uncomfortable with it, but didn't have anybody or many people to share that with. However, I was lucky enough to meet my husband. He was in a band at the same time. And so I think for myself, at the beginning of my career, I was so lucky to find a partner, and a male partner, who understood very quickly a lot of that. And so we've been able to navigate a lot of things that when I listen to a lot of other people and the difficulties they've come across as women in the industry, I've been very lucky that I've not had to face a lot of those things. So I think in a way, it's interesting because listening to you even just now and what you're saying, I've realised that I've probably not had the confidence to perform as much because of a lot of gender issues. And what I've done is I've worked really, really hard at being a songwriter. And I think I have subconsciously gone, right, well, do you know what? I'm going to show them. I'm going to become the best songwriter. I'm going to become this. I'm going to become the best guitar player. I'm going to become the best piano player. And really, it was almost like a subconscious thing where I've thought I've had to work really, really hard at this to show that I'm as good as. And also the singer-songwriter kind of, what's the word you would use? Just that singer-songwriter thing, you can kind of hide behind that. And it's okay to kind of, well, you're a singer-songwriter, you don't have to think about being sexy or being really feminine or being this or being that. You're a songwriter, you're a singer-songwriter. I'd be much happier just getting up on stage in a jeans and t-shirt and not having to worry about anything. So for me, there's a lot involved in this conversation, and it's wonderful to hear everybody's viewpoints. And I don't think it's getting better, because I think image and performance is continually being thrust in our, in a certain expectations of what that is always in our faces. And I think to be creatives and to be healthy creatives, again, I think it's about what is your voice and who are you, and that gender is just one part of that. I hope I wasn't rambling on there.
No, it was really, really beautifully put, Yvonne, and you raised some brilliant talking points, which will segue pretty well once we're around the room into our next specifically about partnerships and networks. That was really, really interesting stuff. And also this idea of, you know, what it takes essentially to hike yourself up the ladder one more spot. Because I found, like, I don't think I've completely reached my proverbial glass ceiling yet, and I've got a feeling that I'm going to do a little bit better in my career before it's kind of got to the point of no return. But I've kind of built this expectation over time that there is, for me, I've kind of come to terms in my head with this idea that I'll be happy and comfortable, and that'll be enough as long as it's music, you know. So I've just stopped thinking about that, like what you're saying, like the female at the front, and, you know, I've much more embedded my practice in songwriting. The reason I've started talking about myself there is because I think I know why it is, but I don't know if it's true. But I think it's because although the music industry is changing, and as you can see from this talk, we have a lot more self-managing female artists out there who are doing great work, right up at the top of the record industry, it's the same guys from the 80s that own it and run it, you know. So, like, as much as things are changing underneath and there's conversations happening, we can't smash through it because we're still met with the same stereotypes, you know, really deep down, right at the back, at the top, where the money is, and where not, you know. So I think it's really interesting that you put that forward, because it feels insane to me that music is still as sexualized as it is. In fact, even more so than it was, you know. And it's just a recurring issue. And even my own, you know, my own husband and like other men that I know, you know, without meaning it, can sometimes, you know, say things which make clear to me that my role in the music industry is still a little bit sexualized. Do you know what I mean? Even as a singer-songwriter who's, you know, just making ends meet, that's still enough to have this specific type of image. And I like fight against it a lot, you know. Same, I don't like to have my face on covers and stuff like that, but, you know, it's a kind of double-edged sword in a lot of ways, because I think as well we can learn as women to manipulate that, and I certainly did as a younger woman. I certainly learned exactly how to use my sexuality, so to speak, to get what I needed to get, and not in a pure intense way, just in like that crazy scary bitch way, you know, which works. But yeah, it's a really interesting topic, and thank you so much. Really lots of good points there. And with that, we will move to, quite frankly, a very wonderful woman, Lorna Reid. See what you've got to say. I was going to say sultry there, and I was like, that's really misogynistic.
Oh no, you can't say that.
I
You
had
can't
to
say
say
that
it,
in this context. Oh goodness. Yeah, my mind's kind of sort of blown apart listening to everybody in terms of thinking all of it through, all the different issues, and it's interesting what you're saying there about, you know, sexualization and how you look. And because, I mean, I've spent many years, and of course here I am tonight with my lippy and my necklace, you know, but I spent loads of years singing jazz, you know, and of course that is very much tends to be the sultry, you know, front woman kind of image. And I know I would say undeniably, to an extent, I traded on that for quite a long time. And I don't think it was really, it wasn't, I guess I probably didn't challenge it at the time because I wanted to sing jazz. You know, you go from sort of singing maybe a couple of songs at an open mic, and then you get a gig and you've got to do 3 sets of 45 minutes and you've got to pull it off. So it's somehow, maybe there was an element of, you know, the look kind of going with the genre. But as years have gone on and I've got more into songwriting, and as I get older, I'm very mindful now of, well, actually, I can't and I don't want to, if you like, keep trading on that, because it has to be something beyond that. You know, and when you talk about glass ceilings, I think, oh, right, hang on a minute, well, why should there be a glass ceiling? And, you know, one of the things I've definitely noticed in the arts in Scotland, Dara, I'm going to make maybe a sweeping generalisation, but it tends to be either a youth policy, or then we get into the Luminate, And what I notice is it's either you're really young or you're really old, sitting in a room full of people playing a ukulele, and there seems to be like nothing in between. It's either dementia or kind of youth. And I'm kind of sitting right there in the middle going, well, hang on a minute. I'm not, by no way, I've got lots more to say. And I think there's a lot more to bring, I want to bring my voice keep bringing my voice to music. So, yeah, so, I would definitely say, absolutely, Yvonne, I think it's absolutely right. Why should we have to trade on how we look? Or let's trade on, or not even trade, but just be who we are. Gosh, I mean, there's loads of great things people are talking about. One of the things that Claire talked about was, she said, well, about psychology is, there was a guy in the 1950s, a guy called Eric Byrne, a psychologist, and he was the guy who developed a concept called transactional analysis, and it's all about how we transact with each other. But he also talks a lot about scripts, and the scripts that we kind of often we operate in life from, the scripts that that are in our heads. So I think those scripts are really laid down generally from a very young age. So whether it's by the boys in blue and girls in pink, or whatever those scripts are, and we all have different scripts from our childhood. But I think we can keep challenging those scripts. So wherever we live, or whatever age we are, we can sort of keep challenging those scripts. But we have to know the scripts exist in the first place. And I think that's why this is a really amazing conversation, because what we're really doing is raising that awareness that these issues are there, that these scripts exist, and we're kind of all challenging our own scripts, I guess, as we're talking. So I think that's it. We've got to look at that. And yeah, gosh, I've got all sorts of notes. I've been scribbling away. I think, in terms of the male-female thing, I mean, in jazz, definitely is dominated by men as musicians. You tend to get what is termed the chick singer. And I think that part of the sort of thing that there is that a lot of the jazz musicians, they tend to be virtuoso musicians, and they've really worked hard at their craft, and they've absolutely earned their spurs in their instruments. The question is, and I have raised this with some of the high hegians in jazz, is, why have you not got women in your big band? What's happening? And they'll say, oh, well, they're not coming through. So to me, they think, well, what's happening with the script right back there in primary school? What's happening with the scripts right back in the home? That's, for some reason, the scripts are not suggesting that as women, they could go forward and be great jazz musicians. So kind of entering that arena as a female singer who hadn't been to college, and I've done singing lessons, but not really proper training. I had to sort of fight against a lot of perceptions, because I wasn't a musician. I was a female, and I wasn't very confident, but I wanted to do it. And that was, for me, was absolutely the driving force. I wanted to do it. And so I was determined that it wasn't about a career, it was just about the passion for music. So that was quite a tough environment, because I think one of the things is that they would always say, and I learned a lot, because if you're running a band, and I would often say, I mean, going back to Yvonne sort of saying about not being very confident, well, I wasn't confident. So I would always be looking for validation. Oh, have I done the right thing? Oh, should I do this? Oh, what would it, and they would always push back and say, well, you're the band leader. And of course, that wasn't particularly helpful sometimes, to be honest, because they could have given a little more of a hand. But they were right in some ways in that respect. Well, I was the band leader, and I'm the band leader when I go out. So I had to make decisions. So I had to get to know my craft well enough, had to get to know my music, and know how to direct a band. So I don't know what any of that really means, but it's tough. But I think it maybe just goes back to the education. So people working in education, or anyone that can just have a really positive conversation with somebody else and to kind of express themselves. Anyway, I'm waffling now, so that's it. I'll shut up. So
you're not waffling.
Might be something in there.
You're making a lot of sense, Lorna, and I really love the analogy of the kind of the early scripts that we are almost assigned to us, which we then take on through life, and it kind of explains a lot. And especially for yourself, like someone that's come up in a very male-dominated side of an already male-dominated industry, like I totally connect. I totally connect with the idea of you have to kind of learn the rules before you break them. Like we have to accept that this is a society we live in, and try and live in it, and then bring it, kind of change it from the inside out. Like it's almost like in order to affect change we need to participate, and also this might not be true of everyone, but understand that all these guys or whatever, they've also got a script, and that script is different, and that script says you can do what you want to do. Now our scripts say that too, but we're also assigned very kind of symbolic gender roles as well as women, so like it's a lot harder for us perhaps to rewrite it, but rather than rewriting it in a kind of how come you guys have got all the limelight way, like I think it's really positive to try and rewrite it in a way where we have the confidence, which is a kind of ongoing issue here in this conversation, like the confidence to step forward and take it, as well. There's a lot more in our way than just being able to step forward and take it, but just that mindset change is, it's across society, like in general, women are less likely to go for jobs that they don't think that they are able to do, whereas men are more likely to take the chance. Like it just, everywhere that same kind of paradigm exists, so it's really interesting to hear you explain it in that way, because when you say it like that means there's an opportunity for an edit of that script, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I did a 2D course last year in transactional analysis, and I was just blown away by it, because the more work I did on my own scripts, the more I realized how many of them were self-defeating scripts. Some of them are good scripts, or some of them it's a bit like writing a song. You might go, actually, I really like this song, but do you know what? Some of it's got to change. I've got to nuance some of it. So it's like, or some maybe some stuff you write, you go, I'll chuck that out. So I think it's the same with our own scripts. Some are useful, some are not useful, and some need editing to be more useful. So transactional analysis, love it.
Thank you, Lorna. It's a really interesting concept to get our heads around as well. Right, we're going to move on to Lauren, who's been waiting very patiently, last but not least.
I know I hate being the last in the group. This is the longest I've been quiet ever, I think. But I've done a good job. It's been so lovely to listen to everybody. I think, obviously, I don't want to echo too much what's been said. There's been loads of great points. I think one of the main things, to back onto the chat about script, I think I've been really lucky to not feel the effects of that 30% statistic on a day-to-day basis, because I work with a woman that I really respect, and I'm around her talent all the time, and together we've built a network that includes loads of brilliant women. I think what's interesting about the statistic that Claire brought up, for every 40-something male producers, there's one female. I actually know that won't be true, but I think there'll be one producer that calls herself a producer. And I think identity is one of the biggest problems. We've sort of touched on it already, but I think what's important is that we don't reprimand men that call themselves producers. That's good. That's what we're aspiring to be, is to not be men, but to have the confidence of these men. I don't think most of the men in my life, I know I have a network of guys and a brother, for example, that works in the industry that believes what we're talking about as fiercely as we do. And in their script, it's not to silence or belittle or be better than women. We just aren't on theirs. We're not on the radar. So I think it's really important that these conversations don't become problematic, that we're fighting for 100%. We'll only ever be fighting for 50. So I think that feels like it's nice to hear a conversation that's not like a man bash, because I think we've all been in circular conversations that don't actually get us anywhere. So I think I've definitely felt the effects of being around another woman. And for Audrey and I, we have always believed that educating and upskilling is the way to, like, kind of, I suppose, combat barriers that exist. So instead of, what if we can't set up a studio because we're women, it's just like, why not set up a studio? Being women doesn't really come into it if you're good enough. And I think it also begs asking the question, when you're in a creative environment, the people you're attracted to, you're not attracted to them because of their gender. It's because of their work ethic, their talent, their skill. So all of us will have male and female role models, and it's important that we don't segregate ourselves as a we and them as a them. It's like my aspiration isn't really for a genderless industry. I don't know if that's controversial, but I want an industry with both men and women in it. I like being a woman, and I think what we're trying to fight for is like that identity and the power that it has, and not apologising for any part of it. So I think we can all resonate with things that Yvonne said. I think it'd be interesting to know, like, how different Farzan's experience would be had she been surrounded by a network of women that she knew, like, were feeling what she was feeling. I think the isolation part of this is so intrinsic in why the problems are there. So I think just, Becci, facilitating conversations like this are so important, like, and just normalizing it is just this is just a nice group of people to chat to, and realize that what you've been experiencing is just really, really commonplace. But I think the solution is a combination of men and women.
I couldn't agree more,
for sure.
Lauren. And I think, like, here's Carol Cullen-Smith saying rewriting scripts is hard. When we rewrite our script, the cues men expect aren't there, and they don't know how to react when they don't hear the cue they expect. Well, that's true. I think that's something that Sue's mentioned in the comments earlier as well, in her own words. We want a dialogue. They're used to a monologue with a plot.
That is a belter. What is that?
And there's Jen Athen as well saying, totally agree, we just want a seat at the table. Jen Athen, an amazing producer as well, an artist who I've recently got to know. And I would just like to totally, like, clarify that point too, Lauren, because I don't want a genderless industry either. I'm about equality, like, I know totally. And for me, it's just this idea that we can, what I mean by that is just this idea that it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? That it doesn't matter, and we can just be here because we're here. And certainly normalizing this exact kind of experience is a great point. It's the only way we can do it. And actually, like, for me, this is new to me. Like, this here is very new for me, you know? I mean, I'm talking, like, this is 2 years old for me, tops, you know, in the music industry. And it really ignites me to hear that so many women have had similar experiences, which I think is really important. I hope this isn't I don't know if this is the right way to put this, but, like, coming up in pubs and clubs and stuff like that, there's always been, like, this level of kind of mentioned competition, maybe, or jealousy. I don't know if it's like professional jealousy or competition or what it is, and it often exists because it moves on to my next talking point, which I'm going to move on to now. But
Smooth.
Actually, a segue. But we're going to have to really condense this because we don't have a lot of time left. So essentially, like, I feel that aside from the last few years in my career, I've worked alone. Like, in a weird way, it's like a lot of my journey was just coming up alone and navigating how to be an artist alone and working out how I sounded alone. And it wasn't till it's very specific people in my life, like, opened up doors for me, who were mostly male people, that I was able to collaborate as a songwriter, and also to kind of get my head around what the industry is. I think I always imagined that the music industry was this thing that I was trying to get into, rather than realising that I was actively already in it and participating in it. And when I had that mindset, it was like, it wasn't a very good mental place to be in either, because it was like you're always looking at what other people are doing, or, you know, this or that. And actually creating a world where we can mobilise ourselves to create community and like mobilize ourselves to activate these conversations and just, you know, enhance the experience for other women. Because I think when I look back, the second I started taking myself seriously as an artist was the second I realised that I was actually quite alone in a weird way, like in the world that I was living in. And it's when I started to actively seek networks and enjoy it and enjoy people, you know, and actually support people and find the pleasure in having other people's back. And I don't know if it's just because of where I grew up, or I came up through musical theatre, so, you know, like there's a whole other level of like not having each other's back in that really competitive world. So I already had that as an experience as an artist. So essentially our next talking point, which is probably going to be our last talking point, I would like to talk about partnerships. We've kind of covered it a little bit, but just about like in this industry, like how have you mobilized, if you have at all, or found partnerships, and how have they been beneficial to you? And what I'll just quickly do as well is if you could also give any kind of insight you have which could be labelled as advice for like young women right now who might listen to this or just might want to know how to kind of develop their network and their partnerships. I think that would be really, really beneficial.
You call that radio?
Call that radio.
Back to the people who hated on me.
Right, and then I see the disinfectant that knocks it out in a minute.
That's mad, isn't it?
Is this a Netflix thing?
It's actually a podcast.
What the fuck's a podcast?
You know, it's kind of like a radio show.
Oh, that! Radio!
Yeah.
And is there a way you can do something like that?
I couldn't help it.
By injection inside or
Yeah, I think so, because I think just paint in general, because I think like my poem is in my painting.
No, cut.
Wow, that was quite epic. Thank you. You Call That Radio again for hosting this, and to Mark, who is behind the scenes somewhere, just being a belter. I'm really grateful for the platform to do this, and again, this is like feeds back into this idea of partnerships and actually having a network. For me, it's really important that we have allies in the industry, and also that we're able to, you know, spread this progressive agenda and share it rather than try to take over with it, you know. So I just thought it'd be cool to like pass it round and just talk about that idea of how you've felt as an artist. Have you worked mainly alone? Have you got this network? How is that helpful? And so on and so forth. And then a wee bit of advice perhaps as well for anyone that might be, for instance, Amelia, wanting to become a comedy songwriter and so on and so forth. You go for it, mate. Well, go for it when you're not muted. Woo.
I've unmuted, yeah. So yeah, when you talk about like networks and partnerships and stuff, I was actually thinking a really important part of my journey in performance was like, so I kind of went from like punk music to like comedy, doing stand-up, and then musical comedy, and then I started to get booked at like gay nights, cabaret nights, because like I'm pansexual, so I'm attracted to people regardless of their gender or sexuality. So being booked for those nights was so important to me, because it's like I felt like I sort of like found my people. And it wasn't necessarily that I was like actually like doing collaboration, but it's like that support, especially on social media, especially like when people would like post videos of like my set and like tag it with like love hearts, you know, I felt like that support. So yeah, like nights like Queer Theory, Dragopticon, which is a drag night, I was like wearing a latex dress and like this yellow wig, and that just felt really life-changing doing that gig, like in that outfit with that group of people. So for me, it's like I mainly work alone, but I love these networks and these, I mean, in coronavirus, it's a bit harder because the circuits, these different circuits aren't quite as prominent, but also doing like gigs at kind of like gay nights, variety nights, for me, it's like, let's break free of like the gender binary. You know, we've all been talking about it. Let's break free from these scripts. Let's express ourselves. And yeah, I felt so grateful. I'm so grateful to have had the chance to like perform at these nights. Also at Sonnet Youth, which is a poetry night and a variety night. Great diverse lineups. For me also, like the club scene in Glasgow is incredible, and I think like sometimes I think like the music scene could like take some more inspiration from like the networks of the club scene and the diverse lineups and the bookers that are like working really hard, you know, like Sarah Wilde and Katrina Riley. Like these people are working so hard, like Shoot Your Shot, like there's all these amazing things happening. And you know, I sometimes like, I love going out, I love going to these club nights, and sometimes like there'll be like a club / cabaret, and I've had the like opportunity to perform at like Pride, at Stereo, you know, and Shoot Your Shot at the Fringe, and it's just like, yeah. So for me, it's like just these support networks. And then in lockdown, I really have to mention like doing the songwriting group with like Becci and Rosie bands, because like that was my first time having that accountability of like sharing work, and I found that really useful, and I've met so many people through that. And it was the gift of lockdown, because prior to that, I think because I was like in some ways like doing musical comedy, that there's not a huge amount of musical comedies on the comedies musical comedians on the comedy circuit. So I kind of felt like, oh my God, a network, you know? So yeah. And any advice, I would say just like keep supporting people and keep supporting, keep supporting people that are like coming up. And if you're new, I would say like, just like enjoy the journey and like go with the flow. Like, for me, it's like, if I try and fit into something and it's not working out, I just kind of keep moving, you know? I don't know if that sounds crazy, but like, yeah. And also like, it's okay not to fit in. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm always doing weird shit, and it's like, I'm sort of trying to sort of just do what I want. And I did a gig recently, and it was like a bit of musical comedy, a bit of like pop bangers, a bit of sad pop music. And for me, it was just such a gift to be able to do a gig where I got to explore all these different sides. But that's from like years of trying out stuff. So yeah, have fun, try shit out, and don't be afraid to be a weirdo. That's my advice. I'm sorry, I feel like I've just pure rambled on. Someone's okay. I'm like just rambled, but yeah, like I really needed to sort of say that, you know, about the gay scene and the cabaret scene and the club scene, because like they're so important to me.
So important
and
for you
yeah.
as a person, just to have the build your self-confidence and to be able to kind of, there's probably a better word than chameleate, but like to be able to kind of move around different networks and just be you, like do you, do you know what I mean? I think when people are younger, they might like stumble upon the indie scene or something, you know, and then like try and like construct themselves in that. And I think we've all done that probably, and then you kind of move away from it and realize, no, I have to do me. But the younger and like or earlier in your career that you can like realize that, the better, Amelia. So it's so cool to get that insight from you.
Yeah, I just want to say like one more thing as well, and I think I need to sort of say, like, I think I have had a level of success, and I know that that's because I'm white, middle class, privileged, I'm a hot bitch. Like, I've had success because of these things, you know, like, and you know, I need to just say like I'm like it's not luck. A lot of it is these tits, you know, which I get out all the time. But yeah, I think like, yeah, I am privileged, and that's why I'm able to do these gigs and like have these opportunities. So I think it's important to like check your privilege. So that's what I'm doing.
I think you're right, man. And actually, again, it's something that we can do as women if our goal as a collective, not just us here, but as a collective, is to, you know, support those that are trying to come forward. And if we are honestly doing that, then that should be happening, you know, across gender, ethnicity, everything. You know, it's about like having the power that you do have as a white privileged female to help other people experience what you get to experience freely. You know, like it's an important thing to do, and it's taken me 35 years to get to that understanding. You know, like, and I think it's the same for a lot of us. We learn as we go, and hopefully this particular time that we live in now, where there's not just one issue, and that issue is not just sexism, and it shouldn't be. There's plenty of issues, and they're being very vocally challenged, and they're being very vocally brought to the front. And that dynamic, women as one of many other groups of people who have had a disadvantage, have the advantage of being able to collectivize essentially and help to create, you know, a united front across all these kind of areas. So that's cool, man. Lou23 says, Amelia, you're fucking brilliant. So there you go. And also, brilliant show. Sunday songwriting helped save lockdown. Yeah, Sunday songwriting was good, but that was just me selfishly making sure that I had a network so that I didn't crack under the pressure. I mobilised it and made it happen, man. So there you go. Okay, thank you, Amelia. We shall move on to... Oh, hold on. Colette Nicholl says, ladies, you're all day in bra. Most men want to be lassies these days. Oh, dearie me, Colette, come on. So imagine the male species up the boobies, lassies, bra, babes, love you, baby doll, fish, Shearston Farm. Yes, that is a lot in one. Okay, we shall move forward. Sarah.
So to do about networks and isolation. I remember being an American TM, American tour manager, was in with the band, and her offering me her contact details and being like, yeah, you know, we should stay in touch. There's not many women in this industry, and it was like I was completely gobsmacked in a way, like, oh yeah, that's a thing. That's probably quite a useful thing to do, eh? And being like 23, 24 at the time, and being like, yeah, it's probably a really good idea. But that notion had never occurred to me, and it didn't until I'm quite there. I think there was picking up on something that possibly Claire, possibly Lorna had said. Oh no, maybe it wasn't. No, it was Lauren. Sorry. About isolation being compounded by competition. And I think that competition and precarity compound isolation, because when there aren't many jobs, and when those roles are few, and when they are temporary or freelance or part-time or whatever, that you end up in this that exacerbates competition and makes you less likely, I think, to be able to network, because you've got to take care of yourself. So that lack of stable working environment and of good quality working conditions in that respect really compound that isolation, because they do not provide circumstances in which it is beneficial, when it is that you're going to like create a network and be supporting each other. And I think that's a lot to do with it. There was a lot of talk during the Creative Scotland arts strategy meetings that I'd gone to, just another kind of open calls that they'd done, about the precarity of employment within the arts, and the kind of chilling effect that has, and how that re-entrenches various types of systemic bias, particularly with regard to class. Because it's all right to go and do an internship or a low-paid job if you've got something else, you've got other money coming in from elsewhere, or if you're in a more secure financial position. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But yeah, networks, and say the same thing that probably everybody else is going to come in. But yeah, for anyone who's kind of starting out, if the thing that you want doesn't exist, then start it. If you are looking around for a thing and you think, oh, it would be really good if this was there, be the person that starts it and ask questions, because there's so many, I think, situations in which that kind of on the job learning stuff might not happen. Certainly I remember that it was just people would assume, oh, I didn't want to know about, you know, the technical aspects of production. I'm like, actually I do, but I'm a bit too scared to ask. And I shouldn't have been. So yeah, ask questions, look for mentors of all genders.
Absolutely,
yeah,
man.
and keep on
Absolutely.
going.
And get to a point as soon as you can where you're not scared to ask. I think that just all comes down to confidence. It's a total running theme in all of this. Because I used to be totally like petrified of like logic, or even like recording myself. I'd always go to someone else to get them to record for me, you know, when actually if you just ask for help, suddenly it's something that you can do, you know, even if it's just basic stuff, and then send it over to a genius like Lauren to fix for you. Like having the capacity to put an idea down, for instance, and actually hear it out of your head is like a really good step in the process of making things happen for yourself, you know. So there's actually, I would just quickly point this out, there's a brilliant meeting that Rosie Bands is running for producers, female producers, and it's an open meeting that runs once a fortnight on a Monday. So this time in 2 weeks, she had one tonight. I think it's usually at 6 p.m. and it's essentially for women producers to meet and talk about music and what they do and their methods, and also for women that are just learning to go and listen and kind of pick up some tricks. So that's another amazing woman who's also a collaborator of mine, Rosie Bands, who's doing a lot of good stuff for women, and is also connected to Scottish Women Inventing Music, which I know you are too, Claire, which segues nicely into Clare Duffin.
Great link. Such a pro. I'll keep this brief. I know that we're really tight for time, but from a network point of view, I would absolutely endorse Scottish Women Inventing Music, SWIM for short, and just utilise their services for networking in general. They've got a database that lists all the different roles that women do, from producers to the specifics of instrumentation. It's like £5 for the whole year. It's really, they've just become a charity as of last year, and it's grown substantially just in the last 12 months. They usually meet 3 times a year physically at the Scottish Music Centre, but obviously under the current regime, that's not been able to happen, certainly physically face to face. But there's lots of really useful information on the website. And a good starting point if people are looking to reach out and collaborate in general. In terms of advice, I would just say, like, you know, that kind of notion of karma should be in anyone's head. You know, the notion of doing somebody a favour, not expecting it to be returned, but it won't do any harm to, if you can help somebody out or give a piece of advice or do an email introduction. It'll take you like 2 minutes. You know, I've found that it comes round full circle. It doesn't come round full circle super quick in some occasions, but I don't expect it to. But what I have realised is that the more that you help introduce people to each other, it seems like such a simple thing. As your network increases, you're like, oh no, yeah, I know someone that could help you out with that, or I know someone that does that. Do you want me to introduce you? And normally the reaction to that is that people are just so thankful. So yeah, making introductions, I think it seems like a basic thing. I think we all do it all the time, but that's something I would definitely recommend as a basic tip.
Confidence to make them, because I think a lot of people are just like that wee step away from going, am I in a position where I can kind of make these introductions? But you're totally right, Claire. I was actually talking to Rosie Bands about this today. If you give stuff out, the universe will return it. And I know that sounds like, yeah, you know, karma, but it's totally true. Like, since I started being a much more participatory artist, rather than someone who was like, my tunes are my tunes and I sing about love, and I'm not collaborating with anyone. So like, only since I was like 25 have I had this mindset change, which come with age and also desperation. But like, since I became that kind of artist, so much more has come into my world, you know. So it's like, yeah, being open to giving is like a really, really important part of being a person, you know. Anyway, I have found, sorry for cutting you off, Claire, I don't know if you've got anything else you'd like to add.
No, that was it. I was keeping it brief.
I added a few minutes onto the end of it, you know, just like Okay, Farzan, we're just talking about networks, and kind of, I guess it would be interesting to hear what your network is like now and that you live here. if you'd like to add anything, and also any advice you have for people that are coming out of a similar situation. And we'll just need to unmute yourself if you can, or we can get Mark to do it.
Fortunately, right now, I have a good network. I'm connected to like people who run venues, you know, people being involved in open mics, you know, just as you talked about collaboration and partnership, and as you said, like you, I've been doing many things myself, like recordings and producing, mixing, and just finalizing my video editing, many things. But I think just collaboration and just having support from other people make things go forward faster and make you be more productive and less frustrated during this process. And unfortunately, I should say that in most of my collaborations were with men, and I'm not saying it was bad. It was good. It was all good, but just from this talk, which was very useful, I think I just discovered that I should start it. If I think that like I can collaborate with an Iranian singer or a songwriter or a Scottish female musician, I should just approach and start that circle, start that habit, and make it just be a habit, like women supporting each other. And when I think about myself, I haven't done it yet. And I can do it. Like I can do many things for people who are interested in starting a band or just whatever they want to do. I can be really helpful, and just I think this conversation is something else that should happen. You know, that it should happen more so people can get in touch, you know, be inspired, have some ideas, share their ideas. So I have this idea that I'm going to start like just, you know, to get in touch with female musicians more and getting help from them more than.
Have you had a light bulb moment during this conversation, Farzan? You got a
yeah,
project
actually,
plan
yeah,
in place?
exactly. It was like, yeah, exactly. And my advice for young female. Sorry that because of my internet, there's a delay. So sorry about this cuts. Say it.
No, you continue, and then I'll get my wee oar in at the end. It's okay. You go first.
Okay, thanks. And about my advice to young women starting the journey, I think I can say be yourself and follow your passion, and you know, just my experience was like I didn't care about the totally male dominated industry at all. Like imagine my situation, like I can say like someone living in Scotland can just be easily doing, you know, many things. So don't limit yourself, as like you mentioned before. Just they should get help from people. They should ask questions and you know, not be afraid of being yourself. Like just keep going and experience. You know, just learn.
Absolutely, and the only way to learn is to do it a lot of the time.
Exactly.
Thank you, Farzan. Thank you. I think you would be really.
Thank you.
I think you would be really interested in community music. Like, there's a whole other world of music there, where you can, like, I certainly get a lot of satisfaction from sharing your craft with young people in community settings and like little in Scotland especially. There's a lot of that, so that might be something as well that would interest you. We can talk about that at a later date.
Sure.
I can hear myself coming through, so I'm just waiting for the feedback loop to stop before I continue speaking. I now pass the microphone on to Yvonne Lyon, who's over there. We'll need you to not be muted. There we go. Right, Yvonne, start again, please.
I would agree with everything that's been said. What's been brilliant about tonight is that we've got an opportunity to find a vocabulary about these issues, and I've learned so much from all of you, so thank you so much for giving me a vocabulary to even begin to talk about these things. And I think relationship is definitely the key. It's been a key in my journey the whole way. Relationships with people who listen to my music, genuine relationships, building that community around you. Relationships with the people who are managing you or who are your agents, who are looking after your music, so important. All friendship, relational, is the way to go, definitely. And the ego has to go out the window, whether you're male or female. The ego is such a destructive thing in this industry, and I think if we can get past that and realise that we are all in this together, and that there's a huge pie for everybody, and you know what? There's enough pieces of the pie for everybody. We're not all clambering for a wee tiny slice, like you were saying, that the universe is abundant, and there's enough for all of us. I think being generous, I've come across I've been lucky enough to meet some of my musical heroes, and what I've found is that, you know, they've got every right to maybe make you feel small, and some of those people have just done the opposite. They've really elevated me, and they had no need to, and so I've tried to kind of, again, the karma thing. I definitely believe that being generous and celebrating people's successes is so important. So yeah, if you're starting out, it's all of those things that have seen me stay healthy in this industry, because I think that's one thing that we all need to be in our minds and our bodies and our spirits, to be healthy creatives. And I think community and collaboration, more and more as I get older and as I want to be a creative for the rest of my life, I'm realising collaboration and community are what's going to see us through. So again, I've totally loved the songs in lockdown and any other opportunities to work with other people. Just, you need encouragement. We're not meant, as human beings, we're not meant to be isolated in what we do. We're meant to work with other people and enjoy that sense of relationship. So, and tonight's a great example of that.
A really good point, Yvonne, and touches on this, like, we have the power, but we do have the power to kind of change. So the music industry has become, in many ways, from the outside in, a form of kind of competitive meritocracy, weird, like lots of stuff going on, and none of that is actually at the core of why we're all here. Like, we're here because we actually want to take part in something, and that, I think, like, realigning the industry as much as we can when we can to kind of exemplify community values and like actually share the load of the stress of trying to be a musician for a start, or working in stressful jobs where it's quite male dominated, or all the things we do within this kind of the prism of the industry. Like, what else could we do better but be a community that supports each other, man? So beautiful points. And I must say, I'm loving the sound of your voice tonight, Yvonne. It's got a wee bit of reverb on it, and it just feels like a really soothing, you're soothing me, man, just everything you're saying. Yes, calming indeed, Claire. Thank you. It is. So thank you for your input, and looking forward to hearing you perform as well, as a few other ladies on this chat will be, and very shortly. Thank you, and we will move on to Lorna Reid.
No, absolutely, I agree. I think, Yvonne, your voice is very, very soothing, and lots of really eloquent words. Oh, I realise I can just see myself on the screen, which is very off-putting. That's way better, thank you. So yeah, no, I think that actually, as you're all talking, it's just making me really reflect on exactly what is really important to me about music, and it seems that everybody's really saying that about connection. And I'm kind of looking at what I've been doing over the years and noticing, actually, yeah, it's been all about connection. Has really been the really important bits. You know, I have a vocal coach, a guy called Fred O'Neill, that I've been going to for years, and he's amazing. I mean, as much as a vocal coach, he is a friend and a mentor and a kind of psychologist and all the rest, and so I think that's really important for that kind of connection, but also the kind of he puts me through my paces, which is great. And actually, as you were talking there about supporting each other, I just put a wee note down as it kind of occurred to me, we could do something like a little kind of masterclass exchange, because sometimes, we might, for example, I don't teach. I have done some masterclasses, but I might have something to give, I could share. I wouldn't necessarily want to, go out week after week, but I'd love to maybe do a community thing, or even if somebody said, well, actually, Lauren, I wouldn't mind just having a chat with you for an hour online, or get together and do like a masterclass exchange, and I go to Clare and do a drumming workshop, or so just kind of, I think what you're saying about trying things out has really inspired me again, so we don't get too stuck. And that's one of the things I loved about the Sunday songwriting was, I wrote my first rap. I was so excited when Johnny set the thing for that. So yeah, so keep trying stuff out. Don't get stuck with labels, and but one of the first things in terms of the tips, I guess, I think that to an extent, depending on what you want to do, but I've put a note down there saying something, you've kind of got to sometimes work on the business of the business, and kind of show up like it's the day job, so put time in the diary to kind of make those network connections, do the good stuff like the spreadsheet and stuff. If you want, it depends if you want to get ahead. But for quite a long time, and I was doing a lot of, sort of little tours and things around theatres and what have you. And like people sometimes being, oh, well, how's she getting that? Well, the reason I got it is because I put in the work, and I picked up the phone. I got my act together with all my promotional stuff, but I've spent a lot of time. But I also spent a lot of time working in business development and marketing for design companies. So I learned actually the graft, if you like, of promoting yourself. And it's not, I know not everybody, and it's hard doing it for yourself. I don't like doing it for myself. So again, that's, I guess, potentially we could help each other out with that. But I do think there's a reality of show up, kind of block out the time. And so that would be my tip, I guess, to get some forward movement in your business. Yeah.
I think that's brilliant advice, Lorna, and actually no one's going to do it for you, and that's the truth, and I think just like, imagining and acting as, someone who's a musician and has to do these things in order to grow their career is great, and something that, again, it's taken myself and probably others longer to learn, but those people that have that discipline down, they're going to do well, but it's because they're putting work in, which is just really important, it is like, 50% your music, or and then with everything else as an artist, it's 50% the work you put in as well. It's really important. Those are statistics I just made up, but that's what I feel. That's what it is.
I thought they were straight out of Berkeley.
Berkeley,
baby.
That's
Berkeley for you. And yeah, I have to admit, I don't have that same energy for it now, and to do that. But I think there was a lot of years when I did have a lot of that energy, and it was the right time for me. And again, it's like, the thing is with, say, business development, you used to always think, well, you could be really lucky on your first call. It's a bit like serendipity. You walk into the bar, you meet the person, and boom, something happens. But on the other hand, a bit like gambling, you might have to make 100 calls. You might have to walk into 100 bars. So you don't know, but you've kind of got to just start the process, I think, to make things happen. So it's a bit of a gamble, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lorna. Thank you very much. And Lauren?
I'll be brief. Best of luck with the PhD with that approach to statistics, though. that'll be a laugh.
I thought you just made it up
read
as you go along. Like, is that not what PhDs are?
Go for it. What would a guy do? No, I'm joking. I won't add anything more than what's been said. I think I've definitely always used Sarah's ideology of, if it doesn't exist, just make it exist, for sure. I think building a network, it's good to have different networks where your position is slightly different. So it's brilliant to have mentors when you are very much at the bottom, learning and absorbing, but it does get pretty exhausting, always feeling like you're on the way up all the time. So sometimes, community arts or tutoring or finding a place where you can impart back, not even for work or money, just in a format that, like Lorna suggested, just like on a Zoom call for an hour. I think when you switch your role, you're going to value yourself differently. I think constantly reassuring yourself that you have stuff to give as well as stuff to take is really, really important. And I think just sort of lastly, building a network as young as possible before all these barriers feel as ingrained as they do now. We talked, I think Clare had popped a little stat in the chat about over 25's confidence feeling slightly different. And I think instead of worrying about an industry that like a 3-year-old will see when they grow up, like actually just steal their confidence, because when you're 3, you're like, I will be a drummer, I will be an astronaut, I just will do it. And I think I think going back to that and trying to steal that confidence, we've all had that before. It's just been kind of conditioned out of us a wee bit. We can always go back primal to being 5 years old, just like stamping your feet and getting what you want. And I think there's nothing wrong with that.
That's beautifully put, Lauren. Thank you so much. Matt Laggett says, you are all my rock star idols. Thanks, Matt. You're an idol of mine, Matt. And Matt Smada says, having seen so many talented female artists performing and being completely blown away does make you ask questions. Well, yeah, I guess it does. I hope we've kind of covered a lot of that tonight, but I really think your closing marks there, Lauren, are something to really dwell on, because it is kind of like that. You should be able to take the things you want, and there's been many men that have written books about that. Like come to mind, like The Secret, stuff like that. Like books are all about like empowering yourself and being, putting your best foot forward and all this stuff. And I think that really beautifully shows you like the exact kind of, it's a metaphor for the scripts essentially that we have. And yeah, we should edit, and we're lucky to have people like you, people like all of you, that are willing to have these conversations and have our eyes open. So here's the thing, this has been amazing and we could probably do it for a few more hours, but I'm trying to stick to the time schedule, which I've already went over slightly, but that's fine. And so I want to say thank you so much for taking part of this. This has been a pilot version of what hopefully will be a monthly thing for us. And I think there's just a couple of caveats that I'd like to pop in, because I think I sent everyone out a statement before this started. And for me, for anyone that's listening out there, it's really important for me that people understand that I don't really feel like we need to make this excuse, but just to let people know that none of this is about separating ourselves or hating on men or anything like that. Like, it's actually just more about widening our own networks and opportunities, which we have the right to do alongside our male friends and allies. So I really want to put that out there, that we just want to kind of, yes, Claire, raise awareness of these conversations happening, and the fact that, like, I don't know who Matt Sama was, but I have been blown away countless times by amazing female musicians who are oh, hi Tam, it's Tam the Van, what a legend. Hi Tam. So yeah been blown away countless times by female musicians as well, and I feel like we need to just push ourselves to support each other and move forward together. Shelto Mel, who's going to perform later, says really interesting conversations, some great points. Thank you, Mel. We aim to please. So in terms of how we move forward here, I would love for us all to network somehow, so I'll maybe check back in with this little group and get some socials and stuff fired over. I would also love any feedback from the people that are listening, and also from the people in this group, to this format, and how you have found this experience. And it would be really great to see some of these ideas come to light. So Lorna, I'm looking forward to your masterclass, and Farzan, I'm looking forward to your big idea once it's completely formed. Can't wait to see what it is. We'll be there. And good luck to Clare, who's just about finished her PhD. Finished your PhD, Clare? Waiting on a Viva?
No, I wish. I'm in the joy of write up, which is yes, thanks, Sarah, because not fun. Yeah, but thank you. The gift of time, if anyone has that, would be really, really helpful, or just free childcare. You know,
I'll take your reins, and I can also offer you some random statistics that I could make up on the spot. Pop them.
Great, love it.
For good measure.
Could be useful.
Yeah, so thank you, Amelia, and looking forward to your next live show. When will that be? You've been doing a lot of online gigs, so are you doing a song or two tonight, Amelia? Can we see you in a few minutes?
In a few minutes is my next
gig. And thanks to Sarah, and I'm really glad you're here, because we don't get to talk shop a lot anymore, and I feel like you've always been there most of the festivals and things that I do. You're there steering the ship and keeping things ticking over. So thank you for keeping some of my favourite festivals from falling apart. Yvonne, Yvonne's going to be performing for us in a little minute, and it's lovely to see you, Yvonne. And the wonderful thing to come out of lockdown is that I've seen more of you in the last 5 months than I have in 5 years, which is so cool. Yeah. And lastly, Lorna Reid, you are my inspirational speaker, and sometimes I think to myself, what would Lorna say before I make a decision? So
oh my God, that's scary.
I know how to
Thank
flatter,
you.
Lorna. That's the thing.
I know I was fall for it.
It's me using my charms, my lovely charms. So yeah, and also just to close, I also think it's really great to make sure that people know that if the thing that you do is to be sexy, then be sexy. We should be able to be all things. We should be able to be smart, funny, sexy, anything we want as women. And if you love that, then love that. I just want to make sure people know that too. We're about everyone being everything that they want to be. Okay, we're going to have a show.
Brothers and sisters. Is that you, Danielle? Are you before me?
Call that radio. You call that radio.
Hello, yes, this is Dog.
Brilliant stuff from Becci. I think she'll be back in a little minute. Thank you to all the guests so far. It's been really interesting just sitting in the background. I think we're ready to go to the performance part of the evening. We're here all early on today for the sound checks. It's sounding amazing. And as everyone just gets ready, I'd just like to point out, if you're watching this on Facebook, because we are going to put music on, Facebook's not the best for music. YouTube's better. So go to youtube.com/you call that radio. If you or if you've got a Twitch account, it sounds better and looks better on Twitch as well. So you can go to twitch.tv/you call that radio as well. These shows would not be possible were it not for the people supporting us on Patreon. So if you want to just put in a couple of £1 a month and keep this going, we're building a thing. The more help we get, the better stuff we can do. As you've seen what we did on Saturday, that's only because of the Patreon support. So it's patreon.com/you call that radio. And we're also on Twitter and Insta. Becci Wallace, that was great.
Yes, man. That was a total shift. It was brilliant. Like, I don't know how you do it for 6 hours every night, Mark.
Sometimes 9. Once. I did it once for 9. You know what I mean? But that's still, because sometimes it's 9 hours. We've got some nice comments coming in from Lou23 says, learned so much from all of you. Thank you for a great show. The Real Slim Lady says, brilliant ladies.
Amazing name.
And it was amazing, man. Well done, you're a natural. So, I mean, we should do it again sometime. Well, you are doing it again, though, aren't you, on Wednesday?
How about Wednesday? Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about Wednesday before we go to our first performer.
So Wednesday we have got, let me just make sure that I get everyone in this because I don't want to leave anyone out. We have got Empress, we've got Roberta Pia, Alana Hepburn, hold on, I'll find the rest. We've got Hannah's a brilliant woman that I've forgotten. We've got the Coaltown Daisies. We've got let me tell you. We've got Abby Normal. We've got hurry up, computer, you're taking so long. We've got hopefully we've got Sev Ka as well, which would be brilliant. We might have Clare Duffin back as well because this is really good fodder for her PhD. We've got Rana Marathon, we've got Joe Dark, amazing. We've got Jen Athen as well, and we've got the amazing Ember Quine performing. So that is going to be a banging night, and it's a wee bit more electronic hip hop focused on Wednesday. So we're trying to cover all bases here.
So that's on Wednesday night. Also, tomorrow night, I've just announced, confirmed, while during the show, it's just been confirmed that I'm really chuffed about this one. Clare Duffin, who is a screenwriter, and she's producing an amazing show right now called The End, which is a kind of they write a story and it gets passed on to another female filmmaker, so it kind of ties in with the theme a wee bit. But you're having a day off, so I'll be talking to Clare, and that's tomorrow night. That's tomorrow night at 7, and we're going to be here every night at 7 o'clock this week, and then maybe next week I'll get a week off, maybe. But
you should take a week off.
I should take a week off, shouldn't I? Should take a week off.
Yeah, you should. You deserve it.
Becci, who's on? Who are we going to just go to the live music?
We're going to go for live music. We're going to have our first two ladies. We're going to do it in twos. So we're going to have firstly Lorna Reid and Yvonne. I think they're just setting up, so just give them a few minutes, I'd say, just to get ready.
Okay.
And while they're getting ready, I would just like to say, for anyone that's listening, that's what she said format. If you would like to get involved, let us know. And also, if you would like to talk about another area of the creative industries and you're a woman, that would be amazing as well. It doesn't need to be specifically musicians or music. So just putting that out there for any ladies that might be listening that have got experiences they'd like to share. That's all.
Rosie Bands says, really beautiful conversation. Thank you all for your honesty and insight. It's all about making this world a better place.
Oh, that's nice, Rosie. Yep, she's definitely a contributor to that world being a better place as well. Does a lot of great work for ladies and artists in general.
And what about your new album? When's that dropping?
1st of November. So the next single will be out. The next video. So I'm doing video singles at the moment. So the next video is out on the 15th. And then the next video after that is out the following month on the 15th. And then the album's out 1st of November, which is very much about being a woman in the music industry and just being a maw in general. # maw life. So yeah, fits into all this stuff as well, man.
I think maybe Yvonne's ready. And Lorna's ready as well. So we'll bring Lorna and Yvonne back in at the stream, and we've got more special guests I can see limbering up in the background as well. So, okay, Becci, I'm off. I'll leave you to it.
Thanks, Mark. Mark McGee there, a legend amongst men. He was also the host of my wedding. Most weddings don't have a host, but Mark was the host of my wedding, and that was great. It was great. It was fun. He'd just jump in and go, "Yo, having a good time? Can I hear you?" Crazy. Beautiful. Only Mark could do it. So, ladies, it's lovely to have you here. And now to hear some of the music behind those wonderful thoughts and ideas, I'll shut up and let you guys play. So, just before we start, this is the pilot. That's what she says. So, what do you reckon? A song each or 3 songs together? Or what do you think? A song, then a song, then a song? You can give us a bit of chat on them.
What do you think, Yvonne? Song?
Yeah, Yvonne, you're muted. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. I think you probably said a song each, like a song. Yeah,
That sounds great. Sounds great.
Could tell. Okay, so let's start with you, Yvonne. You seem your reverb is rocking and ready to go.
So we were talking about collaboration, and this wee song I wrote with the lovely Boo Hourdine, and of course we were talking about folks who are generous with their encouragement, and he has definitely been one of those mentors and people on the musical journey that have helped me. So we wrote this one together. This is The Girl in the Flying Trapeze. As my fingers left the bar, I saw the doubt was in your eyes. Now I was spinning over you. The heart is fearless when it flies. Even though I did not know, would you catch me? Would I fall? I never felt this much alive. Maybe I could lose it all. The girl on the flying trapeze. The girl on the flying trapeze. I did not want the lion tamer with too much sadness in his soul. The clown, human cannonball, none of them could make me whole. 'Cause all I wanted was your love. I did not know how I should be, but as I flew above the crowd, last, but I was free. The girl on the flying trapeze. 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 Come on, give us your accordion solo. Yeah. The girl on the flying trapeze. 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 If I'm not yours and you're not mine, does it matter? I don't know. 'Cause some of us are holding on, some of us are letting go. was the lovely David Lyon on accordion and in his pyjamas.
Strange mood of our time.
You call that radio?
Here to tell the people that we hear you. One God will not allow.
You call that radio?
However you want to say it.
You call that radio?
However you want to say it, that's kind of part of the fun.
Powered by our patrons.
Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters.
That was amazing, Yvonne. Oh, hello. Hello, 3 people on the screen. That was beautiful, really beautiful. It's lovely to hear you sing, and I love the way you construct a song as well. Just really simple structure and lyrics. It just made it all the more kind of hard-hitting. Truth Seeker Sound says, this has been great. Yes, it has. And it continues to be great, Truth Seeker Sound, so please continue to stay with us. Celtic says, that was brilliant, which it was, Yvonne. It was really great. You just bring so much of a vibe to your music. It's hard to explain it, really.
It's
A
all-
warmth,
it's all
it's
in
real
the-
warmth.
It's all in the accordion.
I must say, what an excellent accordion solo that was.
Wasn't that beautiful? He just sneaked in there in his pyjamas.
Gorgeous. Feel free to show yourself, David. Men can be on camera. It's okay. Jammies and all. That was great. Thank you so much. And looking forward to your next one. And we shall move on to Lorna Reid to hear what you've got to give us, Lorna.
Yeah, that was amazing, Yvonne. Thank you so much for that. And so this song is, this was inspired by out with a friend. She bumped into friends in the street, and there were 2 people that had been together, gosh, back in the 90s. They had come from different countries. They'd had to sort of part, and they'd both been married, and then they met each other again years later, and they were now lovers again. And so I just thought, and the last time they had met had been in Paris. So I wrote this song called Paris in '95. So this is it, and here we go. And I'm completely unplugged, so hopefully you can hear me. You call me up after 20 years just to hear my voice. Parted by the dividing lines, didn't think we had a choice. The years have taken your color, but your eyes are just the same. Yesterday I could have sworn that I'd never speak your name. Do you remember Paris in '95, when my mother was still alive? Looking back, I could almost cry. We walked on down to the riverside. Walked on down to the river. We walked on down to the riverside. We walked on down to the river. Do you believe in second chances? The time to think things straight. At the intersection of our hope before it gets too late. Do you remember Paris in '95, when my mother was still alive? Looking back, I could almost cry. We walked on down to the riverside. Walked on down. Walked on down to the riverside. We walked on down to the river. Sun dances on the water in morning's cobalt sky. Left bank for the truth, my love, and the right bank for the lies. Do you remember Paris in '95, when my mother was still alive? Looking back, I can almost cry. We walked on down to the riverside. We walked on down. We walked on down, yeah. Ooh, oh. We walked on down to the riverside.
An American psychiatrist calls it audio stimulation.
You call that radio?
Wow, it was gorgeous, man. I've just commented on that there. Really
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Completely
I love
not
how-
being able to get myself into verse.
No, but it was funny because like the lines totally complimented the mistake. I remember what the line was, but I was like, is that like intentional? Like starting over again or something like that. I think what you do really well is this narrative song, Lorna, and you always like place your lyrics in this really unique world, you know, like every song that I've heard you write has had a really strong concept behind it, you know, and I really like that about your music in general. It's so relatable, you know, but you use a lot of like she and he and we did this and just make these little characters that just, yeah, it's a pleasure to hear. Looking forward to the next one. We shall have a wee bit more of Yvonne Lyon first, please.
That was gorgeous. It totally reminds me of like Mary Chapin Carpenter or something. And there's a line, was it Monet's Cobalt Sky? I loved that line. Beautiful. Okay, I've cranked my guitar up a wee bit for this one. So this is one that I wrote as part of the Sunday Songwriting Lockdown group. And that was a brilliant group and totally helped me to focus at a really, really difficult time. And this song was inspired by a letter that was sent from Italy. And it was such an emotive letter. And we basically had carte blanche to write about anything in the letter. And it was a huge, big letter about what was going on in Italy at the time and COVID and all their hardships and almost like a warning to us in the UK. And the line that really stood out to me and the line that was going round in my head was that, you know, a lot of folks were saying with COVID that, you know, well, we're all in the same boat, you know, we're all in this together, we're all in the same boat. And it very quickly became clear that we're not all in the same boat. And the disparity that this virus has shown has just been so stark. So I wrote this wee song because we are trying to stay connected, and so this is called Entwined. It's not quite finished, but I hope you like it anyway. This has found the best of us, and this has shown the worst. Every shade of kindness in between. Rolling like an ocean wave that's caught us from behind, and upside down is plain for all to see. But we have never really been the same, 'cause your boat is rising in this flood. Will we ever really be the same? 'Cause our boat is breaking in the wash and in the mud. So let this crazy storm and all its damage realign what you thought was yours and what was never really mine. 'Cause we're all entwined. Every flower that's opening and every bird that sings nature finds a way to share the light in everything, and always treasures everybody's song. 'Cause we have never really been the same. Your boat is rising in this flood. Will we ever really be the same? 'Cause our boat is breaking in the wash and in the mud. So let this crazy storm and all its damage realign what you thought was yours and what was never really mine. For we're all entwined. 'Cause this has found the best of us, and this has found the worst, and every shade of kindness in between. Rolling like an ocean wave that's caught us from behind, upside down is plain for all to see. But we have never really been the same, 'cause your boat is rising in this flood. Will we ever really be the same? 'Cause our boat is breaking in the wash and in the mud. The first are still the first, and all the last can get in line. But blessed are the ones who let this moment change their minds. The first are still the first, and all the last can get in line. But blessed are the ones who let this moment change their minds. We're all entwined.
Woo, 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 woo.
There you go, I made a mistake too.
It's the communal consciousness. Let's all do that together. Make mistakes. That was beautiful. Thank you so much, Yvonne. And what a gorgeous sentiment. I was thinking back to like the start of lockdown and that particular letter from Italy, and how little we knew about what was coming. And obviously everyone's experience has been totally different, but even just the measure of isolation that people felt, you know, and like you say, not everyone has had to experience that in the same way. But your song really encapsulates that. I love the part about how some people are rising in the flood, you know. That was gorgeous, just because it's true. And yeah, you captured it beautifully. I love a good metaphor, man.
It's all about metaphor. Metaphors.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't sing unless it's in metaphors, right? And that's it. Amazing. Okay, we'll move on to Lorna and get another song from you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was lovely. Very great guitar playing, Yvonne. And it felt like a really mature song in a sense. It was just so well bedded in as a song, you know. Yeah, I love that Your Boat is Rising in the Flood. It's really nice. So this one, gosh, I wrote this when I was away on a wee retreat in Cornwall with a couple of songwriters, and just felt like writing something kind of a wee bit jazzy. And so this is, I guess, written sort of in the jazz genre. This is called Pale Blue Glance. You'll come here, smile, told me it was fine. Late nights at the bar, that same old line. I dare to dream you're the other half of me. Moonlight the pardon of the sea. Love is a madness, howls at the sky. Lament my loneliness, never say goodbye. Love is a fever, it's gonna get you in a sweat. But I don't live a life of regrets. The shadows in the warm light, the swinging of the band. I'm moving closer and I take your hand. I'm lost in a moment in your pale blue glance. Time changes everything if you take a chance. Love is a madness, howls at the sky. Oh, lament my loneliness, never say goodbye. Love is a fever, it's gonna get you in a sweat. But I don't live a life of regrets. Shadows in the warm night, the swinging of the band. I'm moving closer and I take your hand. I'm lost in a moment, oh, in your pale, pale blue glance. Time changes everything when you take a chance. Love is a madness, howls at the sky. All of me, my loneliness, never say goodbye. Love is a fever's gonna get you in a sway. But I don't live a life of regrets. Shadows in the warm light, oh, the swinging of the band. I'm moving closer and I take your hand. I'm lost in a moment in your pale blue glance. Time changes everything if you take a chance. Ooh, I'm lost in your pale. Ooh, I'm lost in your pale blue glance.
Where's the band? So good. I was going to be the band. I was going to join in with you.
Could hear you, Yvonne. Could hear you doing it. It's amazing just to hear the piano. Yeah, just to hear the piano creeping in there on the side, man. Honestly, Lorna, it's just brilliant to hear you sing like that. And I know that's your forte, the jazz singing, but you have got it when it comes to jazz singing. I just want you to sing at me. Like, I want to have a whiskey though, like, and just be chilling with you, man, and getting sung at like that. It's really gorgeous, man. Really beautiful.
And its song sounds like a classic. Just sounds like any of the classics, the jazz classics. Sounds gorgeous.
Thank you. Just enjoy doing it.
Freya. Such a class act. Beautiful song. Long for an outside martini and a Lorna set. Fucking right, man.
Cheers.
Keep the faith that it will happen, Freya. Can see so many sitting back and belt that one out, Lorna. Think I'd be in style of Blind Melon.
All right, need to check it out. Don't know about Blind Melon, so.
Okay, and we've got Yvonne, Incredible as well, which it truly was a beautiful, beautiful song. Amazing. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Great to hear you both, and I'm just so pleased to know so many excellent musician females. So we've got time to squeeze in one more each. Okay, and we'll just go from Yvonne to Lorna, and then we're going to take a break and bring on our next performers. So I'd just like to thank you both very much for coming and being part of the panel and letting our little network of people that are listening in to You Call That Radio hear your bloody amazing music.
Thanks
you
for
can
having
find
us.
Thank you so much to have you. Yeah, and anyone you can go and find Yvonne Lyon and Lorna Reid on Facebook and like their pages.
Thanks, Becci. Thanks, Lorna. And great sharing the virtual stage with you. I wrote this in that funny time between Christmas and New Year when, if you're lucky to be off work, you can forget what day of the week it is. It's kind of like that under COVID and the pandemic, isn't it? Well, for me it is. I have to work out what day it is. And I was thinking about something that a good friend of mine said. She said, Yvonne, you really need to enjoy life. You tend to endure it. It's only good pals that can say that sort of thing and get away with it. So I was thinking about that. I was thinking about Hogmanay and how in Scotland we like to look back at our past and get really depressed, and we look at our present and we get really depressed, and look at our future, and you know, by that time we've consumed quite a few bottles, and I thought, do you know, it doesn't need to be that way. So here's a wee song for you. Enjoy, not endure. For the truth we often cling to, and the silence we ignore, for the moment's peace that's shattered by the clamour that we hoard, for the thanks so thinly offered and the graces that we grudge, for the praise too proud to sing of and the promises of much. Recognize and mourn the days that never will return. You were made for greater things than living with regret. For the days too often slept through and the nights awake with dread, for the words too harshly spoken and the many left unsaid, for the anger that we lavish and the joy we sometimes lose, for the wisdom disregarded by the foolishness we choose. Recognize and mourn the days that never will return. You were made for greater things than living with regret. Here's to enjoy it, not to endure. For the time too quickly squandered and the love so calmly spared, for the plans that turned to ruin by the dreams we've left uncared. Recognize and mourn the days that never will return. You were made for greater things than living with regret. Here's to enjoy it, not to endure. Here's to enjoy it, not to endure. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, and take care, and we'll see you soon.
All right.
Yay! Right, Lorna.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Will I go bluesy or will I go jazzy?
Oh, whatever the hell you want, man.
Right, okay. I'll do this song that I wrote. This is I wrote this with my good friend John Alexander, our good friend. This is a kind of jazzy country. It's called "This Is Not a Dance." I'm 2 steps away from your loving arms, 1 step away from a glass in a bar. I find myself in the wrong embrace. I'm out of time like an old clock face. This is not a dance. Wish that it was your turn as you walk out the door. We sidestep the truth, the hurt and the lie. So long for now, I hear the songbird cry. 1 step ahead in front of my plans, chasing the sun until you're blind and charmed. This is not a dance. This that was your turn. You walk out the door. We sidestep the truth, the hurt and the lies. So long for now, I hear the songbird cry. Oh, don't keep on walking, don't leave me behind. Still got a thirst, my car's been declined. The band play a song, wishing for more. Every time we say goodbye, we step on the floor. This is not a dance. Wish that it was your turn. You walk out the door. We sidestep the truth, the hurt and the lie. So long for now, I hear the songbird cry. Oh, don't keep on walking, don't leave me behind. Still got a thirst, but my car's been declined. The band play a song, wishing for more. Every time we say goodbye, step on the floor. This is not a dance. Wish that it was your turn. Walk out the door. We sidestep the truth, the hurt and the lie. So long for now, I hear the songbird cry. Ooh, this is not a day.
That's a cool.
Bye.
How do we educate our children to take their place in the economies of the 21st century? How do we do that, given that we can't anticipate what the economy will look like at the end of next week? Every country on Earth is trying to figure out how do we educate our children so they have a sense of cultural identity and so that we can pass on the cultural genes of our communities while being part of the process of globalization. How do we square that circle?
You call that radio?
Makes coherent sense.
Yes, hello everybody. That was brilliant. So that was our first two musicians, Yvonne Lyon and Lorna Reid, who are both excellent writers and musicians and collaborators. Go and check them out. We're going to bring on our next two. Yay!
Hello!
So Amelia back with us. Nice to see you, man. And thank God Mark's here to do the Royal Rumble countdowns and all this mad stuff. I'm not doing any of it. He's doing it all.
It's really cool.
Totally right. And I do believe we have another. Do we have another act here, Mark?
We have it. she was here and then she's went away. I think she will be back. She's maybe just.
Okay, cool. No worries.
She is here, but she's not here right now.
Aye,
if that makes sense.
She's around.
She's around.
Yeah.
She's around.
Be here at some point. Well, in that case, it's a bloody pleasure to get some tunes out of you, Amelia Bayler.
I really want to try this new song that I wrote. Okay, it's called Lads, and it's about how I'm just like super attracted to lads, but I also kind of want to be a lad, and like I want to dress like a lad, and it's so I think I want to do it. I've just been practicing it, so I think I might start with that one because it's fresh. And do you know, because like when we were doing the songwriting group, I would try out new songs like every week. So I thought, do you know what? I've written a song outside of the songwriting group, and I'm going to share it with you. It's more of a comedy song, actually.
Brilliant.
So,
I can't wait to hear it.
and in preparation, so I don't know what happened. It's kind of like I spent 3 days listening to Oasis and like The Verve and Spiritualize, and I felt like I was going through something.
That'll bring out the lad in you, man. Right there.
But then I was like, I want to be Richard Ashcroft, but I want to fuck Richard Ashcroft. Do you know what I mean? And
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
He's a big sexy bastard, right? But I also want to be him. So anyway, this is where the song came from. So it'll be fun to try it. You know, it's a space for trying this shit out.
Yeah.
I feel bad because I am objectifying people based on their, you know, I am objectifying men. I'm saying, you know, the Clark's Originals, that's hot. You know, the Clark's Originals, Wallabies, shoe, bucket hats, a mod haircut. Like, I'm totally objectifying men. But yeah, here we go.
Be sexy. Just be sexy.
I'm going to take my headphones off, like you said, so that it's like...
Okay, well, let's give it up for Amelia
But keep them plugged
Bayler.
in, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so I'm just going to turn my mic on. I'm so excited to try this song. I'm just going to move these. Okay, here we go. So this is the world premiere of this song. Here we go. Okay. Oh, lads, something about lads. Oh, I want them so bad. There's something about lads, oh yeah. My friend said, are you okay? Seems to me you're nearly totally gay. But there's something hetero about you, I hate to say this. You keep fucking guys that dress like Oasis. Lads, something about lads. The best sex I ever had, it was with a lad, oh yeah. I once fucked this guy from Paisley, whose favourite album was definitely Maybe. He had a monobrow like Ronnie O'Sullivan, and he always made me happy. Lads, oh yeah, there's something about khaki parkers that make my heart beat faster. You know what makes me scream? That specific shade of khaki green. Can't decide if I want to fuck lads or if I want to be a lad. Like, I can't decide if I want to like wear the parka or strip the parka off somebody else. You know, I just feel so confused all the time. Okay. Oh, lads, I wanna dress like a lad. I wanna go and eat loads of food at Mackie D's on Argyle Street. Then I wanna go and spend all my money at D's. Oh, he treated me like no one else. He was a considerate lover. He treated me like no other, okay? And when he went down on me, he put on Oasis's set from Glastonbury. Yeah. I wanna be a lad, but I wanna fuck lads. I just wanna pretend to like football. I wanna wear your Celtic strip as pajamas. I wanna pretend to enjoy snooker. I want you to tell me why Spiritualized are better than The Verve. but why the Verve's early stuff before Urban Hymns is better than their later stuff. That's all I want in life. Oh man. Okay. So there we go. That was my new song that I wrote yesterday and today.
Oh, it was amazing. I'm very happy that your new song exists.
Is it okay? I worry that it's a little bit. I hate objectifying people like that.
No, I think that through you read the room through your music pretty well, man. I think like you just are like the gatekeeper to a lot of shit that needs said. You know,
Do you agree with me?
To like football. Well, I mean, being a married woman, obviously, I fancy no one except my husband. But I certainly have wanted to pretend to like football too, and have in-depth conversation about Oasis. So yeah, I certainly agree with you. I just love what you do with tunes, man. That was a belter.
Do you think that's okay? So on a serious note, like in lockdown, I've been writing songs, and I'm like, there's like two categories, and I've mainly been writing like songs that aren't comedy songs, and I'm kind of like, great, but also like I have comedy gigs coming up. Do you think I could do that one at a comedy gig? Is it a comedy song?
Yes.
It has rhymes and jokes, unlike the other stuff that I've been writing, which is just like a bit cheeky, you know.
No, it's definitely a comedy song. I think Sophie Morris very much agrees with us as well in the comments.
Oh my god, it's honestly writing comedy songs. Like I don't. Sometimes I can't write them, and I hate myself. And I you know, but you need to go with the flow, you know. So.
Yeah, just go with the flow, man. for every one comedy song, you're going to get 3 generic songs about how you feel. Like, you know,
100%. And it's like when I want to write a comedy song, I'll write a sad song. When I like want to write a sad song, because like I thought that song was going to be dead serious. I was like, this is something that I've been going through. I thought it was going to be like, you know, emotional. Like I can't stop with the lads, like, you know. But it turns out it's a comedy
hard,
song.
Man. I've been having similar issues with a certain film star recently who I want to be and also have sex with, but only when he was 30. It's a problem.
Is it Leonardo DiCaprio? Because that's who I want to be, but also I'm attracted to.
No, but that would be another one for sure, man. Yeah, I won't go down the road. You know, I could like keep myself to myself. But it's the Godfather himself.
Oh, because you've been watching those kind of movies recently. That's been your thing.
I've lost it. I've lost all sense of reality. I need to write a song about it. Yes. Hello.
Am I supposed to be in this show? Am I here?
Yeah, 100% here, Erin Friel.
Like, oh my god, am I supposed to be in this?
Yes, you're supposed to be everywhere. You're supposed to be so many places, Erin Friel. We want more Erin Friel in our lives. For those of you who don't know, Erin is a writer, rapper, community artist, all-round belter. And we've not seen a lot of you during lockdown, Erin, which has been shit for us, but I'm sure you've been having a great time.
I've been keeping it low down on the lockdown.
It's probably best, man. Some of us have ended up accidentally starting businesses. It's the problem.
Good time.
Classic. Accidentally started
business. Whoops. Yeah, so really great to have you here, Erin, and looking forward to hearing some of your tunes as well. A couple of the stuff you've put up recently have just been beautiful, man. You really combine music and rap so well, man, and it's great to hear you singing and stuff now. I know you've been doing that for a few years, man, but it's just such you're just doing it all. You've got it, man. You've got it locked down. And there's Big Tam there saying yes, Erin Friel. Yes, indeed. Everyone needs more Erin in their lives. Fact. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, man. So go for it, mate. The stage is yours if you want to give us a
sound. So I'm going to do a few. I'm going to do 3. Here we go. The first one's called Strength. Going to be through my new EP, which is definitely coming soon. I'm going to see the Bold Ashcan tomorrow to get this done. So this is called Strength, and I hope the sound is all right. Let me get my sound bar on my own. Here we go. Let me know how the volume is as well. We're all strong and there's a lot to take, but when push comes to shove, we could all use a break. Sometimes we need a hand and we can't always speak, but it won't be very long, hopefully not too late. I share my thoughts with songs that must be fate, like a pro-life debate, worked up, pent and hate, no right or wrong. I don't wear a cape, I'm no wonder spawn. I've just got Glasgow traits, so here I storm, bold as brawn as my life takes shape. I'm not the full package, don't ever sell by date, life's no marathon. And I'm no freight, I'm in the eye of the perfect storm, there's no escape. Fly by, you don't even drop by, even when I call there's no reply. How can you just put me on standby when you're good enough? Fly by, you don't even drop by, even when I call there's no reply. How can you just put me on standby when you're good enough? I rhyme off the cuff, music keeps me tough, it makes me stronger. I will no longer let my bars wander. I'm a fucking performer, helps with pals like Lorna. I feel better with people in my corner. Fight another day, sometimes I literally don't know what to say. 1 in 4 year felt this way, so fuck it anyway, can't we just be happy? Fly by, you don't even drop by, even when I call there's no reply. How can you just put me on standby when you're good enough? Fly by, you don't even drop by, even when I call there's no reply. How can you just put me on standby when you're good enough? When you're good enough, when you're good enough, when you're good enough. Thank you very much.
So I was dancing along to that jingle there as well. All the tunes are great tonight, man. Thanks for that, Erin. Amazing as always, says Ali Care. A few people jumping on to give you their love. Tune. Yes, indeed. Indeed it was, man. Oh my fucking God, that's my pal Erin, says Sasha Gallagher.
Loving it.
Fucking God. Oh my fucking God. That was great, mate. And the levels are good, man. The levels are good. Like, you're coming over really
Sweet.
nicely. So, okay, right, we're going to bounce it back over to Amelia and then straight back to you, Erin, man. So prep yourself up and we'll get some
Yo, man. Take the
awesomeness.
stage.
You're so muted. You're so muted.
Okay. I was just saying that was a fucking banger. I love that tune. So this song is called Conflicting Desires. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Conflicting desires. Conflicting desires. Conflicting desires. Conflicting desires. I want oat milk in my coffee, but dairy in my milkshake. I want to fall in love, but fall in love without the heartbreak. I want to use my phone less, but still stay connected. I want to have casual sex without feeling totally rejected. Conflicting desires, I'm a hot bitch. Conflicting desires, this is definitely my real hair. Conflicting desires, yeah. Conflicting desires. I don't know if I wanna channel Nicole Richie or Paris Hilton. Hey, I don't know if I wanna eat Derry Lee or eat some Blue Stilton. Great rhyming. Why am I so conflicted? 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 Conflicting desires, Boris Johnson's a wanker. Conflicting desires, Donald Trump is a cunt. Conflicting desires, shout out to my mum. Conflicting desires.
seeming self-obsessed. I wanna look amazing but take 5 minutes to get dressed. I wanna love myself but still remain fucking humble. I wanna have a modern romance without the help of fucking Bumble. Conflicting desires, I had special K for breakfast. Conflicting desires with the berries, Conflicting desires, I know how to treat myself. Conflicting desires. I wanna be productive, but I wanna stay in bed. I wanna give up wheat, but I could never give up bread. I wanna wear loads of makeup, but look like I'm wearing none. I want this to last forever, but also I really just wanna come. Why am I so conflicted? 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 I'm channeling my inner Kelly Clarkson. Conflicting desires. Conflicting desires. Conflicting desires.
An American psychiatrist calls it audio stimulation.
You call that radio?
Amelia, man, you never cease to make me laugh. I just love your music so much, man. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, so funny, so funny. And Hannah's a great comments as well. Amelia and Erin rocking it, amazing. This is my life. It's true, man. Amazing. This is my life. What else we got? We got they are indeed rocking it, and at the moment that's more believable than my hair. Spot on about BJ and Trump. Fact, man. Right. Thank you, thank you. It's just I just love the work you do, man. It's totally unique. Like,
oh, thanks.
And it's fucking hilarious, right? But at the same time, everything you say, I totally relate to it, man. I'm like, what is so funny about the truth? Who knows, man? But it's very funny. Absolutely love it. Thanks, mate.
We seem to have lost Erin Frail, but she always comes back.
She always comes back.
So I think maybe just let Amelia do her song just now while we try and find Erin again.
Brilliant, man. Let's do it, Amelia. This will be your last tune. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm just going to find you, Amelia.
So on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, just all my name, Amelia Bayler. I feel like eventually I'm gonna need like a cool musician name, like Jigsaw Tiger. Do you know what I mean? But for now, Jigsaw Tiger is about. I can't decide whether
it'll become synonymous with you, and it'll just look cool anyway. That's what I think, man. Just keep it until it looks like a brand and not your name. Then you know you've cracked it, man.
Come on. So I don't know whether to do How Are You? I think I'm gonna do How Are You. That's a sad song though, is that okay?
I mean, you have different idea what sad is than me, man. It's a reflective song.
Or I could do Sorry for Being Such a Hot Bitch. But I don't want to apologize. I don't want to. The whole vibe of this thing was to be unapologetic, so I feel like I shouldn't apologize.
Okay, I just love how because it doesn't even matter. I love how you think that's an apology. I think it's fucking. I think it's like fucking groundbreaking. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, I was apologizing there. Like, it doesn't come across like you're apologizing, man. Sorry
for being so hot.
Sorry. Someone's got to be hot. Like, might as well be you. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna do the sad one because I need to let some emotions out.
Fucking go for
it.
Here
we go.
Amelia, thank you so much.
The song's called How Are You, and it's about bumping into an ex. And yeah, sad. Okay, here we go. So you said, hey, how are you? And I say, I'm good. I'm good, thanks, how are you?
say loads of documentaries, 'cause I'm smart, yeah. But in reality, I don't wanna get invested in characters or a plot when it's only me. So you said, hey, how are you? And I said, I'm fucking great. How about you? And you say, what? What have you been up to? I say, loads of cool shit. How about you? You ask me how have I been getting on at work, and I say, hey, I got a raise. Blatant lie. But in reality, I've just been spreading mayonnaise on bread, and I've been thinking about all the shit that we have said. So you say, hey, how are you? I say, I'm living my best life. How about you? And you say, what? What have you been up to? I say, it's just been a montage of great fox and 5-star reviews. Let's just call it quits. My wig's falling apart. Let's just call it quits. Let's just call it quits. Let's just be fucking honest. So you said, hey, how are you? And I say, I'm fucking shit. How about you? And you say, what? What have you been up to? I say, just staring at the walls. How about you? And you said, hey, how are you? Really? And you said, I'm really not good for you. 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 No, I'm not good. So sad.
Mate, that was brilliant. My favourite line in that song is, it's been a montage of great fucks and 5-star reviews.
It's like classic, like, comedian vibe. Do you know what I
It's
mean?
a montage. Like, I still can't get over, like, for that being your ballad. That's Amelia Bayler. That's her ballad, folks. Okay,
That's
the
my sad song. I end sets with that, like, longer sets.
Like you're like baiting people to laugh at your misery. Like you I guess that's what good comedy is, right?
Hopefully, I can't wait to do the Fringe and end with that song.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And like the Fringe is like you do this as show, and it's like lighthearted, and then you got to have some kind of big reveal and sad
Something
vibe.
serious, yeah.
So I could do that and like do like comedy songs like dee dee dee, and then like whip out the sort of more like intense vocals, like Britney Spears every time.
Or your inner Kelly Clarkson, you know,
Kelly
just
Clarkson,
whatever.
Breakaway, that album. Why are you laughing? I think it's a great album.
It's a great album, mate. It's just you just make me laugh like that you're a comedian. That's your job. Amelia, it's been an absolute pleasure. A couple of comments for you. We've got cool as curry, babes. Love you, baby doll, from Colette Nichol there. And it's not an apology if you say it right. I think that's about being such a hot bitch. It's more of a fuck you. And I think that's true, man. It's how you say sorry for being a hot bitch. And on that note, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thanks for having me. It's been so
What the fuck was that?
A mad advert.
What?
No, it's it's an elimination noise. Eliminated. So it's the Royal Rumble with the countdown when they come in, and then it's eliminated. She was off. She eliminated herself. She was off. So that's just the noise.
Okay, it was hard to take all that in so quickly, Mark. Like, it just kind of hit you right in the face, but I guess that's what elimination's like. Right, so we'll move on to you, Erin. It's great to have you back. Can't wait to hear your next couple of tunes, man. Let's do this.
Sweet. Cheers for having me. That was a dynamite as well. Good set. Enjoyed that very much. So my camera was dipping in and out, but I'm going to check it when it's back up. So this one is an oldie for you. So I thought we'll blend it old with the new, and this is called True Love. Everyone is a soulmate, long dreams written down by fate. If I could end up like my mum and dad, with each other since he was a lad, she was a lassie. No into chastity, but waited until they were collated with each other for decades. Love and escapade, not just another teenage romance. Love at first glance, relationship for eternity. Had no trouble with maternity. Proud parents and grandparents, they should get a double merit. 6 daughters, 3 sons, 9 buns, 9 hungry mouths to feed. My dad worked so hard his horns used to bleed. For sickness and health, building up happiness as well. For richer, for poorer, even when our family's sad, we're sad together. They are a cure. No other two souls purer. We may argue, but we'll always make it through the storm. Lost a part of us and hitting on. You need to stop, rethink and reform. The love always remains. No broken chains, ever burning flames. Wedding ring hides the strains, and they maintain a strong domain even when in agony show no pain. So they got microchips inserted in their brain. True love, as beautiful as a certain of the tenderness they show and the gentleness they know. That's the innocence and happiness grow. See, you're my rose in my garden of weeds. You took the lead. You were there when I needed you most, when I was lost. For every last breath you were calling, I had fallen, got me back on track. Despite all of my feelings, stopped my train from derailing, from crashing, lashing out without a doubt. Unconditional, medicinal, perpetual, not residual. It's obvious from God that you are a sign. Authoritative, keeping all 9 in line. I love and wiping you, refine my life through all the struggle and strife. My love for a mother, my love for my brother. I will honour like no other. My dad like a loyal steed. To keep the TV running, you need the lead. Anything to keep the wolf from the door. Always present, effervescent to the core, singing songs of what was before. Every nice thing you do for me, I store. No tour, no afraid anymore. No road, I'm restored. Poured light on my fight for every ounce. I will bounce back, not retract harsh words. I can't take back, but this is my thanks. True love, as beautiful as a certain dove. The tenderness they show and the gentleness they know. That's the innocence and happiness grow. So you can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family. Mine sometimes makes me lose my sanity, but I'm always there in calamity. No mandatory or compulsory, just have to be joined in matrimony. A true love story, formed a bond, always strong fond. Like 2 beautiful swans in a duck pond. It's like a fairy tale, the fairy waved a wand, sprinkled of dust and formulated love, speaking for a year. Shows no worse the corrosion, an explosion of affection, relationship of perfection. When we do wrong, they are detecting your correction. When we lack the ambition, they provide the momentum with no exceptions. Your protection, worth more than any collection. A gold, a true love story told. Thank you.
An American psychiatrist calls it audio stimulation.
Nicole, that video.
I was trying to do the other side, but it's all one. Like this that way. Mate, honestly, there's something like it's been really shit not being able to perform and stuff like that, like for everybody and not having gigs. But there's actually something really good about this format, which is like listening to your lyrics in this format and just how you deliver your words, man. Like it's just so accessible. Know what I mean? Like everything about your music, I think I totally relate to it. You know. Like just as a similar story and a similar kind of life, you know, and it just like I really love the way you paint those stories, man. Like, and they need to be told from a woman's perspective, and even less so are they told from a woman's perspective in hip hop, you know. So you've been the goat for a while, man. You know, like just got to keep it going, man, and keep the amazing tunes coming. And we Colette Nichols there again, as always, with a lovely comment. Yes, save the best till last. Love you, baby doll. Well, we have two more artists after this, Colette, so hold on to your socks, so to speak. But Erin, you got another tune for us, man?
I do have another wee tune, so if we've got the levels all right, I'm going to do Hope, man, because I think through this whole entire lockdown process, like, we've all been a wee bit lost, and even at times a bit of despair, like, just what the fuck has happened, do you know what I mean? What's been going on? The fact that we've not been able to see our family, our loved ones, stuff like that, man. In fact, that we've not even been able to do gigs and go to gigs. I think people have learned a lot of lessons now to show up instead of just, I won't go to that or I won't go to that. Now, there is a need to be there and be present. So this is called Hope, and I hope everybody's got a wee bit of hope in their hearts, and we'll get through this together, innit? Let's fucking do it. Conscious on the beat as well. Here we go. Hope was born with talent in her bloodstream. No, everybody always had the same dream. She wanted it so much, but she could only scream. With low income, she gained low self-esteem, but she kept singing, hoping for a new beginning. One reality can lead to multiple realities. Hope had a focus, far more than a fantasy. She's no a charity, just sees the world with clarity.
We lost Erin there.
I think we lost Erin there in the middle of a brilliant tune as well.
Yeah,
man.
it was.
That's cool. Erin, just pop back on whenever you're ready. We'll get the next two up just now, man, and we'll just bring Erin in because it'd be great to hear that tune. Hope it's a beautiful song.
Oh! Hold on.
Oh,
that was the Karen.
Fuck that shit! I don't know what happened. My internet is fucking pants.
It's all part of the live experience, Erin, man. It's all part of it.
Should we take that again? Is that alright?
Yeah, for sure. Right.
Oh, madness.
Just
Sorry,
pretend,
guys.
it never happened. I'll just give you an intro.
An American psychiatrist calls it audio stimulation.
Nicole, that video.
We're back. This is Hope. Hope was born with talent in her bloodstream. No, everybody always had the same dream. She wanted it so much, but she could only scream. With low income, she gained low self-esteem, but she kept singing, hoping for a new beginning. One reality can lead to multiple realities. Hope had a focus, far more than a fantasy. She's no a charity, just sees the world with clarity. Stands herself, no solidarity. It saddens me. Could have went out internationally, but she was blinded by the harsh reality. She was told she wasn't thinking rationally, so she stepped back passively. It changed her life dramatically. The only thing she hoped for was for sanctuary, some sort of canopy, a shelter from her own calamity. Nearly gave up hope circumstantially. Everything is possible when you're trying to achieve. Everything is possible, it will happen if you believe. Everything is possible when you're trying to achieve. Everything is possible, it will happen if you believe. Hope stayed hopeful, giving up was a no-go. She's no boastful, but knows when to be vocal. She keeps it local, but is always thinking global. Sometimes our worlds get flipped upside down, despair creeps in when hope's no around. But even when she's lost, hope can be found. And when you fall, she'll pick you back up from the ground and whisper in your ear that everything's sound. She's got you covered. Hope helps us recover, pulls us out of the gutter. She doesn't want us to suffer, and if you love her as much as she loves you, she'll keep her promise to you because she's honest and true. And when you're at the end of your tether, she'll come through like sunshine and shite weather, turn the skies to blue. She'll tell you what you already knew. She'll turn the kettle on and she'll pour you a brew. Hope is what you want and desire. If you can aspire, it'll take you higher and higher. Hope fully understands us down to the wire. She doesn't reach to the choir when you're in the line of fire and everything's dire. When there's no hope in hell, with a little optimism, hope comes out her shell when you can bid farewell to any doubt. See, as long as you've got hope in your heart, she will always bail you out. Everything is possible when you're trying to achieve. Everything is possible, it will happen if you believe. Everything is possible when you're trying to achieve. Everything is possible, it will happen if you believe. It will happen if you believe. Keep the faith.
Brothers and sisters.
You call that radio?
In a minute.
That's mad.
Is this a Netflix thing?
It's actually a podcast.
What the fuck's a podcast?
You know, it's kind of like a radio show.
Oh, that! Radio!
Exactly.
Yes, Erin Friel, that was beautiful, and I cannot wait for you to get an EP out, man. That's going to be epic.
It's happening. It's happening.
It's definitely happening. Ali Kerr says just perfect there. Hauntingly beautiful, all your lyrics and delivery, man. Truth Seeker sounds amazing from Sasha. Just, yeah, so real, lass. Totally true, so real, right? That's what you do so well, man. Just like, I'm pure, like, emotionally invested in you, man. Brilliant Erin, beautiful tone too, fucking right. Brilliant delivery, smooth. Just like, you're a great artist, man. I've missed you on the scene. It's nice to see you and actually hear your tunes, man. And you should, get involved in all this bird stuff more often.
For sure, I'm going to stop hiding and I'll come and join in, man. Once I get this EP done, it's been hanging over my head for quite some time now, as you well know. So once I get this done, I can move on to the next project and I can start opening doors and stuff, man. So
totally, it's that hang into it. Like one guy said to me once, you know, is a musician, songwriter guy. I was like, how do you do this? Like, how do you write these songs? What do you do? And he was like, do you know what you do? You finish it. Like, it was just like, you finish it. And then you look at it and you go, that's brilliant, yes. Or you go, that's shite, move on to the next thing. It won't be shite, obviously, I'm just saying. Like, I think we stop ourselves for, like, just putting a full stop on something, man, and making a thing happen. So your EP is definitely something we'll all be looking forward to, mate.
Sweet, man.
Yeah.
Happy to. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you to everybody involved in You Call That Radio. It is fucking fantastic, man. I've got Amazon Prime. I'm going to fucking hook up, sign up to give you some cash, man, because you absolutely deserve it. Nobody else in this whole scene works harder than Mark and people like yourself, Becci, as well. So complete respect and admiration for everybody who's taken part and everybody behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, we're dead grateful for Mark to give us a platform, man. What a legend.
Thank you, Aaron. It's great to see you. The new track's amazing. Brilliant stuff.
See you soon, Erin. Take care.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna
Cheers, man.
I'm gonna eliminate you. It's
See you
with
later.
love. Eliminate
Getting
you with love.
eliminated. Yes. Okay.
Alright, we've got two more guests. Two more.
We've got two more amazing birds on the roster, and then that is us for this evening.
Who will it be?
So it's going. Oh yes, you guys look like headliners tonight. Check you out, man. Absolute belters, the two of yous. It's nice to have you both here, Shelto Mel.
Hello.
Jigsaw Tiger.
Hello.
Two belting women doing your own thing and doing totally unique and cool music. So totally looking forward to this. Have you had a good night? Has it been alright? It's been
it's been brilliant.
You roasting over there, Mel, aye?
Hell yeah.
I've
had a great time. I was like commenting, and I don't think my comments were showing up. So I just gave up after a while.
Oh really? And they must not have been, but it runs over 3 platforms, so I think there's sometimes a bit of a delay in some of the comments coming in.
Yeah, because I was
It's
logging
yeah.
onto one and it said I had like 5 comments, and I'm like, I saw people chatting on this that I know earlier, so I was
I can figure that one out. It's because you've chatted on, I think, another one that gets shared around, so it's not actually the original thread.
Ah, that makes sense. Because I was like, great tune, Lorna. That was amazing, Yvonne. Oh my God, those lyrics, Erin. Do you know what I mean? And I loved Amelia's lyric about definitely maybe. I was totally gutting myself at that, man. That's
totally right.
Yeah.
God bless the 90s and those mod boys. Yeah, what about them? What of them?
Totally.
Right, well, I'm going to shut up because I've been talking all night, and you two are very capable hands. So let's begin with the hot mistress herself, Shelto Mel, who's fucking roasting.
Oh, me? Oh, right, shit. Right, hang on. Let's see if this works right. Can you hear it all right?
Yes.
I should be in my bed. Yes, I'm the mother, the one with the funk, the one with enough tunes in the back of her trunk. A visual explosion from the funk that time forgot. To set the track, rewinded back like human dot to dot. Addicted to Red Bull, but gave that shit up. Didn't want no Bill semen filling up my cup. Shambolic shamanism, shame on me. Fucking up financially, fornicating free. Leathering banshees belittled the breaks, creating a cosmos of passes and fakes. Devastating delirious, dancing around for praise. Push slate, abstract with the power to amaze. Paved the way, saved the day, made the suckers hate to grey, broke the mold, truth I told, never ever was controlled. Mother star sisters, find your self-belief, embrace your spirit, save your soul, save yourself some grief. Ladies lift up and build those babies strong, they too will become mothers, your words will live on. Wee Willie winking at me, he's actually a wanker from Merrily. Got an ego bigger than the size of his dick, doesn't even realise he's a humongous prick. A silent assassin attacking the page. Internal dialogue will engage. All seeing eye through a pair of neck curtains. You're fooling no one, I see you in the Wiccans. Perpetrating a fraud in so many levels. You are the coffee in a bag of revels. Leaving a bit taste wherever you go. Slowly sucking up my mojo. Dig my name. Dig by nature, dictating my mood with a love or hate you. My roots in a magic faraway tree. Enid Blyton got nothing on me. My words are bleeding, can't you see? I'm the mother bug high priestess lady. I'm the Jean-Claude Van Damme of emotion. Toxic boss chick, explosion. Masturbating, triple threat and waiting. Not man hating, just saying. not man-hating. Woman. Woman.
Mel, man. Oh, here comes the next one. Mel, mate. That was banging, man. That was banging, honestly.
Did you see Marley passing by with her washing?
I seen that. It's just all part of the fucking story, isn't it, man? Like
every time.
When that leg went flying up, man, that was like gravity defying. It's like, what's going on? Mate,
I got no shoes on.
Thank you so much for that, and that's a great track which I love because we worked on it together. So that's a more life Shelto Mel belter right there, and it was great to do that, man. It's great to hear those tracks and how they've evolved as well, like and the whole performance side of it and all, man, banging. Right, we're going to jump right over to Jigsaw Tiger.
I've literally just changed. I've swapped songs because Mel's energy was so big there. I was like, I need to swap songs, man.
Let's
so they'll just be like, oh.
We've got a couple of comments for Mel. We've got all hail, yes, Mel, you absolute belter, coming straight from Ferrier Giles there. And class, that's a banger from Erin, man. So people appreciating the banging tunes.
Cheers, ladies.
Thank you, and big up to everyone feeling the love. Yes, Shelto Mel and Jigsaw Tiger. Let's do this.
So I need to plug this in. So this song's called Permission. I wouldn't explain it, just listen to it.
Feel like I'm beholden to something more than. Then it seems like I'm no longer there.
I don't need permission when I'm on a mission. I don't need permission when I'm on a mission. I don't need permission when I'm on a mission. What are you thinking? I should just be in that kitchen washing dishes, feeding children. Do you think that clock is ticking? Do you think there's something missing? I don't need permission, no permission, no. No, 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 I don't need permission when I'm on a mission. What are you thinking? I should just be in that kitchen washing dishes, feeding children. Do you think that clock is ticking? Do you think there's something missing? I don't need permission, no permission. I don't need permission when I'm on a mission. You don't need permission when you're on a mission. You don't need permission when you're on a mission. You don't need permission when you're on a fucking mission. What are you thinking? Listen to that insignificant bullshit temperature. Have you been conditioned to wait for permission? What are you thinking? You don't need permission, no permission, no. No, 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 you don't need permission when you're on a fucking mission. What are you thinking? Listen to that insignificant bullshit temperature. Have you been conditioned to wait for permission? What are you thinking? You don't need permission, no permission, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no.
Amanda, that was amazing.
Thanks.
Absolute banger, as Amelia would say.
It's actually quite apt for this one, and I really hope, like, I don't always explain my lyrics, but I really hope that my first bit, I hope that the mums can still get involved as well. But it was just there was a series of, like, I just get really, really annoyed where people just constantly kept asking me, did I have kids? I was at a festival, but then some of my friends that did have kids, it was almost like we were on a mission to party, and you just kept getting questioned about, like, do you have kids, and if you have, do you know what I mean? So hopefully that's one for the
More life is an issue that fucking, it's a problem for all of us without kids, us with kids, constantly being put in fucking boxes. Why don't you have kids? Why aren't you with your kids? What's wrong with you? It's ridiculous. I've got to tell you, man, that song was an absolute banger, and the comments agree. Like, I fucking built it. I think we all were totally tuned into it. Like, and I loved how you started, I don't need a mission, and then the second verse, I don't need fucking permission or whatever when I'm on a fucking mission. It's like, fucking right, man.
It's a wee nod to Glasgow, so if you're not from Glasgow and when we're out in a party, we say we're on a fucking mission, so.
Well, before you're pissed, you say you're on a mission, and then when you're fucked, you're on a fucking mission. The real slim ladies, more life, hashtag more life, and shout outs to Rana there, and Jigsaw Tiger, nice production, fucking right, man, and
Thank
loving
you.
it all coming for your wee box. Inspiring ladies fire again. We've got Walbrough from Colette there as well. We've got Freya there, tune off die. You can hear Freya saying that. Yes, I love this one, Jigsaw Tiger, and we've got Jen there as well, giving us a bit of love. So yes, cutting words and shapes. I think that was for Mel. Mel is cooking, fucking right, she's cooking, man. Cooking with gas. The only thing I can cook is these sweet moves. Right, Mel, go for it. Let's have your second tune.
Right, well, I'm going to do another one of our lovely collabs, Retreat, which was about mental health, really. So here we go, a wee bit more serious. Becci, we are. And so retreat. Admit failure, embrace defeat. Living a lie is no mean feat, so I'll retreat. Look myself in the mirror and see a stranger. Once I was light, now I see danger. My truth is your lie in a constant loop. Why, motherfucker, why? Cry, motherfucker, cry. And so I'll retreat. Back to where I'm from, back to my cave. back where I belong. Yeah, I'll retreat. Away from an unrecognisable world to the comfort of familiar for the mind unfurled. Yeah, I'll retreat. Yeah, I'll retreat. Engaging no longer an option. Body in auction for sale. Mind up for adoption. Emancipation of the female. Back to happy where I was complete. The bag was less heavy. Things were unique. Yeah, I'll retreat. Yeah, I'll retreat. Back to the shadow of my former self. Back to the energy of youth. Back to where there was a clean bill of health. Back to the land of truth. No communication, yes obliteration, near obsolete. Maltreated, defeated, deleted, depleted, defeated. Yes, I'll retreat.
Until I got to whatever it's safer with it. If you want to write me, the silent person. If you want to write me, it's safer with it. And so
Yeah, I'm still here, so I will rise, shed all I despise, spread my wings and fly. I'm not dead yet, of a strong mindset. Once you meet me, you will never forget. I'm a force of nature, an anomaly. You want easy? Don't follow me. A blast from the past, leaving you with conundrums. You haven't grasped your onto plums. I will rise, shimmer the skies, but continue to disguise. A trailblazer, stargazer. Faker, breaker, under, overtaker, mixing and matching fabrics, creating a brand new picture, being an undercover maverick, blending a potent elixir, florals and camouflage united, opposite ends of the spectrum. Any preconceived notions, you can blow them out of your rectum. Rules are made to be broke on, floors are made to be broke on. Breaking the dance, breaking the trance, leaving it all behind without a glance. Rise higher to the skies higher. Rise higher to the skies higher. Endorphins higher, feel the fire. Endorphins higher, motherfucking higher! Goes.
Strange mood of our time.
You call that radio?
Makes coherent sense.
Yes. And so I like, and Mel's always got the next one lined up, ready to go. Mel,
No,
that was banging. And so I rose, like the eternal rose was the moment at the end there that we just missed, which is the pause for thought. That was great, mate. So cool to see. See you go, sexy lady bot spitting some reality, says Truth Seeker. Yes. I don't know what Ladybot means. Issue for a tissue. Aye, Colette Nicol, good point, man. Good point. Yes.
Sexy Ladybot should be your AKA.
AKA Sexy
Tell
Ladybot.
to Mel, AKA Sexy Ladybot.
No, that should be you. They're talking about you.
Tell her that robot.
You and your machines. You and your crazy machines. That's amazing that a lassie can do that with the machines, isn't it? I should get that, man. Oh, Mel, that was banging, man. Cool yourself off and get ready for one more tune while we get Jigsaw Tiger on. Yes.
I'm going to plug back in.
Plug in.
Which means I can't hear anybody.
Okay.
But it will sound amazing.
It will, for sure. Jigsaw Tiger.
I got you. Ready? Yeah, he's 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Yo, this is Charlie Tuna from Jurassic 5 live and direct here in Glasgow, Scotland, and you call that radio?
Be upon you. We are here to tell the people that we hear you.
I got you. Ready? Yeah, he 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Yo, this is Charlie Tuna from Jurassic 5 live and direct here in Glasgow, Scotland, and you call that radio?
Be upon you. We are here to tell the people that we hear you. One God will not allow us as people of conscience to lose our morale. We see the crimes of this government, how they support every dictator and criminal on this earth. Sometimes you can feel down. Sometimes you're
Guys, I don't know if I'm on or no. Every time I go to sing, I think I'm on, and an advert pops up.
So that she can see that she is on, and until that happens.
Did you lose me there?
No, you were on the whole time, and we were trying to tell you, but you couldn't hear us.
No, but I took it out though. I took it out. It wasn't. I went back onto Facebook just to see if I was on or not. But I took it out. I couldn't hear anything. I thought my internet froze.
Apologies,
Right, okay.
I went for one toilet break.
That's what happened.
I knew it would happen. I've turned the light off as well, it's a bit darker. I just realised it's roasting in here with that light on, and I'm really not in the show, so I'm just a bit dark here.
Just chill in the dark.
Well,
I mean, we'll just
wasted
pretend
electricity.
that exactly the last 3 minutes they didn't happen, and here we are with Jigsaw Tiger.
See when I played it though? Did you hear the music?
No.
Right. Okay. Right. Cool. I'm going to put this back in. Then that's hilarious. Right, okay.
That's it.
Ain't it great to be alive? I don't really know, I'm feeling nothing. Ain't it great to be alive? I don't really know, I'm feeling nothing. Something like a numbness. Ain't it great to be alive? I don't really know, I'm feeling nothing. Something like a numbness, feeling something like nothingness. And if I'm feeling nothing, does it really even mean much in my life? Ain't it great to be alive? I don't really know, I'm feeling nothing. No capacity for loving. Ain't it great to be alive? I don't really know, I'm feeling nothing. No capacity for loving, only hunger for destruction. Just to feel something, just to feel something, just to feel something, just to feel something, just to feel alive. Ain't it great to be alive? I don't really know, I'm feeling nothing. Something like a numbness.
just feeling something like nothing is. No capacity for loving, only hunger for destruction. Just to feel something, just to feel alive, 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 just to feel alive.
That was brilliant, mate. I'm loving these tunes, Amanda.
I did that one for Sunday songwriting.
Aye, I remember it. I remember it, man.
And I've actually been, me and Claire have been chatting, and the wee the synth I was trying out, Claire's hopefully going to put a bit of clarinet on it, which sounds like it shouldn't work, but it does. So
I'm sure it does. I've got every belief in your musical knowledge and taste. Steg G there saying Jigsaw Tiger sounds amazing.
Steg.
Fucking right, man. Erin Friel saying yes, and yes indeed. It's really cool to hear these songs like this, man, because I've only heard you recorded, and then I heard you doing like bits of songs when we were just writing them, but these full pieces, like, aye, man, it's a really cool vibe, totally unique. It's a little bit disco and like a little bit experimental, man. I just love the way you use your voice. Like, it's really cool, mate. Really cool indeed.
Oh, thanks, Becci.
It's great just to be sitting with you two as my last two birds, just like, yes, loving the tunes. Send a link and I'll send you a wee off a campfire. Love you, baby doll, from Colette Nichol there. And Clarinet for Life from Claire Ann there, who is another brilliant female musician, man.
That's the Claire.
There she is, man, right there,
What
tuned in.
Colette was saying was she's got a campfire. She lives in a farm. So if you want to end your show with a campfire, that's what she's saying.
Oh, wow, that's lovely. It's always a pleasure to see a campfire. Yes, we've got 2 tunes left, Colette. If you want to jump in, feel free, man. Be great to have you. Okay, Amanda, we're going to pass over to Mel. Have you got another tune for us, Amanda, as well? Yeah.
I can set one up, yeah.
Go for it, mate. Might as well go out on a high. These tunes have been banging. Mel, go for it, man. This will be your last song. And it's been great to have you. Always a pleasure to see you play.
Thanks for having me. This one's The Beats by Conscious, and it's called The Oracle. Attack! Counter-attack! Break the walls and fall back. Take some time, assess the damage. Heal the wounds, see you can manage. The oracle has spoken. She's been walking. She's taken the joint and she's talking. The fifth element, in effect. What the hell did you expect? Condensing, truth onto a be dispensing, taking notes and plans I'm implementing. Say what you won't get in my way. I've lived through worse than I can live through this day. Tightropes been walked, fire's been extinguished, all beasts of drama have been relinquished. Learn my lessons, recognise my mistakes, surrounded myself with peace, not fakes. I created, understated, stripped those walls and repainted. To dance, no one could hear. I moved my body to express fear, barriers that broke them down, while shedding the tears of a clown. Lay in my bed, saw red. Thought that I was half dead. Fan-da-didgeridoo, fan-da-didgeridoo. Feel the rope tighten around your throat. Picking up speed as it all falls down. Say what you want, but you'll never steal my crown. Annihilate all who strays in my path. Hell have no fury. Feel my wrath. Weapons of my destruction are lying in my bed. Like I have momentum, all seeing red. Diabolical, dangerous to tame despair. Get that mofo washed out of my hair. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Don't need no cat to get me high. Time is limited, enough wasted. I can see a higher plane, I can taste it. Rising and rising, reaching the top. I'm a force of nature, the you will never stop. Rewind. Reboot. Remember. Attack. Defender. Surrender. Remember. Attack! Counter-attack! Break the walls and fall back. Take some time, assess the damage. Heal the wounds so you can manage. The oracle is spoken. She's been walking. She's taking the joint and she's talking. The fifth element in effect. What the hell did you expect? But Marvin?
It's so good seeing Mel perform because I've only heard, same with Becky is saying, like, I've only heard your tracks, Mel, but I've not actually seen you perform, man. It's so good. You got so much energy, man. It's amazing.
Absolutely. There's Clare Ann saying, what a performer, amazing lyrics on this one. She's right, man. It's actually making me a wee bit melancholy for live gigs. Like, how good did it be if we had a big, massive PA and we were jumping about like idiots right now? That would be amazing.
Well, come in Saturday, man.
Oh, shit. Right, I might do that. Aye, we've not got the kids, so you never know.
Afternoon.
We're going to, we will do it. What's happening? Tell us, Mel. Tell us about Bellahouston Park in the afternoon. Kelvin Grove Park.
Aye, Bellahouston Park, Iron Bars, jam starts at 2. A host of crackers.
Is that Mr. Mackenzie's gig?
Yeah.
Amazing. Shout out to Andrew Mackenzie, a legend in the field. And I just want to quickly give a shout out to You Call That Radio, which is completely...
Thanks, Mark, man.
It's completely funded by the Patreon, so if you're not a Patreon already, you can be a Patreon for as little as £3 a month, and it gets you lots of exclusive stuff, including into the raffle automatically every single time. So if you haven't, why the hell would you not pay £3 a month to be in a perpetual raffle if nothing else, because that is my idea of a good time, man. But also to support Mark, who's working fucking so hard every night behind the scenes, and I don't think there is a way to tell Mark enough how appreciative we all are of that. And like, we were talking a long time ago, 4 hours ago now, about like having allies and us as birds, and I don't know a guy out there or a woman out there that has platformed more emerging artists, has platformed more artists across the field than Mark McGee. So shout outs to Mark, because he is a legend. Haha, Mark, you're going to have to take it. I've got air. I can say whatever I like about you, Mark, and I'm just going to make you feel embarrassed. But you're a belter, so thank you so much for having us and platforming us. And please, if you don't pay into Mark's Patreon, and you can, then please do. And if you can, you can still actually just listen to these shows that he puts on every night. So there you go, there's the details on the screen. Thank you, Magic Puppet Master from behind the scenes. And I would just like to give a shout out to everybody that's performed today and also spoke today. This has been the pilot of That's What She Said, and I'm, as we were talking about earlier, totally open to suggestions, totally open to ideas. So let us know if you've enjoyed it, what you would like to see, and we'll keep it moving and get some birds a wee platform to talk and play banging tunes. Yes, so Amanda, you're closing us out for the night.
Yeah, can I mention a couple of things that are coming up this week?
Yes, please do. Yep.
So I'm doing a thing, it's a live stream every Thursday. I've been doing it on Instagram, and now that I upgraded my internet, I'm hoping I'm going to bring it to Facebook this week as well. So I'm calling it Vinyl Stories. I'm basically leaning on my decks here, right? Sacrilege. But I take a vinyl every week and I talk about things that inspired me, things that I like about the artist. But eventually as well, I've been trialling that, and I want to start trying to get it as like a conversation. So anybody that's watching the chat, you don't even have to be somebody that's into music, that makes music. If you're just a music fan, message me at Jigsaw Tiger on Instagram, Facebook, and I'm on Twitter. I don't really use it that much. But and also because of DJ as well, I've got a set on Clyde Built Radio this Saturday, I think, at 5, a DJ with a crew called Disclaimer. So I've got Vinyl Stories every Thursday, and I've got some DJ sets popping up, and what I'm about to play is it's going to be a song from my EP that I've been trying to release for about a year. So I totally feel Erin's pain when she was talking about that. Thanks for letting me mention them, Becky.
It's whatever you need, mate. It's great to have you. Look forward to hearing more from you. And anyone that's not heard Jigsaw Tiger before, check her out because she's a legend and needs to be heard more. Can't wait for live gigs so that we can have big PAs.
Oh God!
And play banging tunes again.
Totally, man. This is a good. Do you know I'd actually booked quite a lot of support slots for this year that will get cancelled. So this is a great boost for all that, and I'm sure everybody else feels like that. Right, I'm going to plug in, okay? I'm scared that I'll fall apart again. Okay, hopefully you can hear me.
Hello.
Grab an eyelash, twist it, done. The way things are going, I might just take out to everyone. You know that funny feeling when it just gets too familiar. They're at this smiling at you, but the bastard's out to kill you. I need a wish. Grab an eyelash, twist it, done. If you see a smiling assassin, you better run. What do you think I'm better? Does it feel familiar? I can't believe I want to be a killer. I can't believe you got to fall for all your lies. You deceive, manipulate. Only result is I'm done. I'm done. I'm done, 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 done. And you think that it's your power to take a go. Baby, I'll be falling down and falling at your feet. You know. I need a wish, grab an eyelash, twist it, done. The way things were going, I almost took out to everyone. Know that funny feeling when it just gets too familiar. They're at the smiling at you, for the bastards don't get you. I need a wish, grab an eyelash, twist it, done. I need a Carbonara's twisted fun. If you see a smiling assassin, you better run.
Oh,
nice one.
Yes. That was some
That was
headline
amazing.
set for you two, man. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Exciting.
Aye.
Thank
loving
you
your
for asking
grooves.
us.
Great. Look forward to hearing more from you as well, man. I was going to see as lockdown continues, but it's nearly done. However, I have a feeling that it might be coming back with
I'll
a
be back.
vengeance.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
That's what just thinking. I'm looking at that jingle that Amelia did, quarantine stream. We need to change that, but we can bring it back. Sadly,
Yeah.
we probably will get
We'll
it, bring
call
it
it
back.
like the phase 3 stream.
I don't feel nothing has changed for me apart being momentarily being able to see people. Like, cause I've worked from home and like a normal job. Like, I don't feel like there's been any changes.
Yeah. Well, the only change I've felt is that this would be a much better way of life. Like, I have to travel to Ayr in Stirling for my work. So, see
Fair
if I
enough.
could just do it all from home, man, and have my social life. That'd be amazing. But, you know, we move with the times. You never know. That might be the way forward.
It would be good
I
to
need to
do
see
a bit
humans
more
again,
gigs
it
and less
sucks.
podcasts for me. A bit more gigs and less podcasts.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm
Aye.
missing.
The novelty's gone, Marky. Like, it's a job, man. It's a job. It was a service.
It's a real
now
job.
It's
It's
a
a real
job.
job. It's a real job. Tam the Van. Everyone can take a bow.
Yes. cheers, Tam.
Petra says, Becky, great job. Love the acts. Petra's been here since the start of the show. Well done for
Amazing.
4.5
Thanks for
hours.
sticking with us, Petra. We've done well. Try to keep it to 3.5 hours, but we went over an hour. That's all right for you.
That's all right for you call that radio, to be
I
fair.
think that's all right. What do you think, Mark?
That's quite good for you call that radio, to be honest. Especially with that many acts. All the acts were amazing. Mel, you were amazing again as well. Just smash it every time.
Thank
And Jigsaw Tiger, that's the first time I've heard. Yeah, it's amazing. I'd definitely book that. That's just right up my street.
Amazing.
Freya's giving it yes. And
Yes, we'll see some Freya on Wednesday.
Erin's not going to be able to sleep tonight. Nicely done.
It was great to see Erin, man.
Sorry, Erin.
Well, I'm going to go away again just so you can round up yourself. But I just wanted to say to anyone who's enjoyed the show tonight that before the show we did a bonus episode at 5 o'clock with the amazing Sara, who's an American rapper, one of the best MCs on the planet, and she was talking about her experience as a woman in the music industry. And yeah, I think if anyone's been enjoying this show, they should check that out. It's on our YouTube channel. Along with about 100 other shows that we've done since lockdown began. So if you go to youtube.com/you call that radio, check that out. And also we've got the amazing, we're back here obviously on Wednesday. I'll let you talk about that, Becky, but tomorrow we just announced it, so I've not really had time to promote it. We just got it confirmed. The amazing screenwriter, author, Clare Duffin. She's hilarious and she's a really good writer. I'm looking forward to that one. That's tomorrow. And then I'll just disappear again, Becky. Thanks everyone for tuning in. And just tell them a wee bit about Wednesday if you could, and I'll see you soon.
All right, yeah. So, hello. Wednesday, we are doing the same thing again with a whole new bunch of ladies. This is going to be much more rooted in kind of electronica and hip hop. So we've got Rivetta Pia, the Cold Town Daisies, Empress, Joe Dark, Alana Hepburn, Sevka. We've got hopefully have Mel popping up again. We've got Rana Marathon, got Abby Normal, Jen Athen, and Ember Quine. A lot of stuff happening, so maybe we'll start half an hour earlier. Who knows? But we're it's all teething issues we're working out as we go. But what I do know is that whatever the conversation is, it'll be a belter, and the tunes will be amazing. So can't wait to see you all there, hopefully. And also once again, thank you so much to Mark for putting this on for us. And you two birds totally blasted that last half hour. It was totally brilliant, man.
I think as well, Becky, like, thanks to you and Mark for doing this, because what I hope that this shows is that, like, you know, let's get more women just on podcasts in general. So I think it's awesome that Mark's given up this platform, because I know what happens a lot of the time. People just ask their mates and people they know, but hopefully this spreads it out a wee bit. Yeah.
Aye, definitely, mate, definitely. And also, I think we should start the hashtag Get Mark a Holiday as well. Actually,
No, get him 3 H's, a holiday, a haircut, and some happiness or something.
Happiness, aye. Get that guy a break, man. Come on, guys. Let's dig into your pockets and pay £3 a month so Mark can go on fucking holiday, man.
I love
Deserves
the things though, like mince and tatties and fish and chips and stuff like that as well. They're really good names to the way they've done it.
Aye, definitely. Thanks everyone for listening and watching. Claire and Angela Doherty there. What a great show. Thank you for watching. Well done, everyone. Looking forward to Wednesday. Yes, Claire, and hopefully we'll get you on one of these soon as well. And Freya, an absolute legend, stuck with us to the end. Erin as well. Cheers, everybody. It's been great to see you all. And that is it. Bye.
Lovely to see you.
Brothers and sisters, may the peace that can only come from the one God be upon you. We are here to tell the people that we hear you. One God will not allow us as people of conscience to lose our morale.
Powered by our patrons.